Welcome back in, everyone. I'm sure you are exhausted tonight, so get comfortable. Pull the blanket a little closer, let your body settle. Tonight, I am finally sharing one of the stories so many of you have requested. We're exploring how the Lighthouse of Alexandria really worked. We will move slowly through the Great Tower. We will look at the fire burning high above the harbour, the possible use of mirrors, the ships watching from far out at sea, and the quiet human effort behind one of the ancient world's most remarkable landmarks. There is nothing you need to remember. There is nothing to keep up with. Just let the history unfold gently while you get warm, comfortable, and ready for rest. If you have been waiting for this story, leave a small note or a thumbs up review. It helps the episode reach someone else who may need a peaceful place to rest tonight, and as always, let me know where you are listening from. Now settle into your pillow. Turn on a fan for a little extra background noise if you need it. Take one slow breath, and follow that distant light toward the story. There is a stretch of Egyptian coastline where the sea has never been particularly forgiving, where turquoise water conceals a complicated arrangement of sandbars and hidden shallows that have been doing exactly as they please since long before anyone thought to keep records about any of it. Tonight, dear Lighthouse dreamers, we're stepping back roughly 2,300 years to a city being assembled at the edge of the Mediterranean world with more confidence than anyone had any reasonable right to possess. This is the story of the Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. And tonight we're going to find out exactly how it was built, how it actually worked, and why sailors who had been at sea for weeks felt something shift in the chest when they finally spotted its glow on the horizon. Imagine yourself at the helm of a merchant vessel, somewhere in the open Mediterranean, approximately 280 years before the Common Era. The sky above you is a shade of blue that painters spent entire careers trying to reproduce on plaster and pigment and almost never quite managed. The wind is behind you. The cargo hold beneath your feet is full. You've been at sea for several days, crossing from Cyprus or from one of the ports along the southern Anatolian coast, and the crew has reached that particular quality of tired that is not quite exhausted but well past the point of being pleasant company. Alexandria is close. You can smell it before you see it clearly. There is a warm, particular scent to the Nile Delta coast, a mixture of mud and marsh reed, and the faint sweetness of fresh water pushing out into salt. And experienced sailors knew it the way you know the smell of your own home after returning from somewhere far away. Your cargo handlers are already awake and already arguing about something that has nothing to do with navigation, which is how you know the voyage is almost over. And then the problem becomes apparent. The approach to Alexandria was, by ancient standards, one of the most genuinely difficult stretches of water a Mediterranean sailor could encounter, not because of enormous waves or infamously violent storms, though the Mediterranean could absolutely manage both of those when the mood struck it. The difficulty was subtler, and in some ways more dangerous for being subtle. The Egyptian coast along the Nile Delta region is low and flat. Strikingly, emphatically, unhelpfully flat. From a distance, approaching by sea, you see a long brownish smear of land that looks almost identical for dozens of kilometres in either direction. There are no dramatic cliffs to triangulate against, no prominent headlands marking a harbour entrance, no natural features that say clearly to an incoming ship that this is the right place. The harbour is here, and not one of the many stretches of featureless coastline stretching away on either side of it. Beneath the surface, things were worse. The Nile had been depositing sediment along this coast for thousands of years, building a delta landscape that was geologically generous with mud and sand in all the places that made life difficult for ships. Sandbars shifted over time. Charts, to whatever extent ancient sailors had them, became unreliable as the bottom rearranged itself between visits. Local knowledge was the only truly dependable guide, which is why harbour pilots in Alexandria were worth their substantial fees, and why losing one was the sort of professional disaster that people talked about for a long time afterward. The prevailing winds in this part of the Mediterranean blow predominantly from the northwest. For a ship crossing from the Aegean toward Egypt, those northwest winds were a gift for most of the voyage. They provided favourable sailing conditions across open water and pushed the vessel south and east at a comfortable pace. But the same cooperative wind that made the crossing easy created a specific problem at the approach. A large ancient sailing vessel running before a good northwest wind carried meaningful momentum, and momentum in shallow coastal water does not forgive navigational errors. You could not stop a loaded merchant ship quickly. You had to plan ahead. The harbour of Alexandria added further complexity. It was not a simple bay with one easily identified entrance. The harbour system that developed around the island of Pharos consisted of two distinct basins. The Great Harbour sat to the east and received the bulk of commercial traffic. The western basin was called the Eunostos Harbour, from a Greek word meaning something close to the harbour of happy return. That is an optimistic name. It is the name of a harbour given by people who understood that arrival was not automatic, and felt the sentiment deserved to be written permanently into the geography. The two harbours were separated by a long artificial causeway connecting the mainland to the island of Pharos, across roughly 1¼ kilometres of open water. Ancient engineers called it the heptastadion because it stretched 7 stadia, a stade being a unit of distance equivalent to roughly 180 metres. The name means 7 stades. They called it the 7 stades thing. Ancient harbour engineers were practical people who did not lose sleep over poetry, and you have to respect that. The entrance to the great harbour was further complicated by a small island called Antiohodos, sitting partway across the approach channel, and by a reef on the eastern side of the harbour mouth. An incoming ship from the northwest had to execute a deliberate angled approach to avoid both. In daylight, with an experienced pilot on board and good conditions, this was navigable. In poor visibility or at night without any fixed reference point on that flat, dark coastline, it was something else entirely. Night arrivals were not an unusual situation. Ships travelled continuously in the ancient Mediterranean, and a vessel that had left Cyprus 3 days earlier might arrive at the Egyptian coast at any hour depending on winds and weather. Waiting offshore until sunrise was an option, but not always the safer one. Open water near an unfamiliar coast in uncertain weather carried its own risks. Captains who had reached Alexandria wanted to enter harbour when they arrived, not hover offshore in the dark hoping conditions did not deteriorate. What the harbour needed, as a practical operational matter and not as an abstract ideal, was a visible reference point. Something identifiable from the sea at a meaningful distance. Something that distinguished the harbour entrance from the undifferentiated coastline on either side of it. Something that functioned in darkness as well as daylight, in haze as well as clear conditions, season after season without interruption. The volume of maritime traffic into and out of Alexandria made this not a philosophical preference, but a genuine necessity. Alexandria was becoming, within a generation of its founding, one of the most commercially active ports in the ancient Mediterranean world. Grain ships from the Nile Delta region, carrying the Egyptian agricultural surplus northward, cargo vessels from Carthage and Rome and Syracuse, trading ships from the ports of the Levant, from Cyprus, from the island cities of the Aegean, vessels bringing luxury goods, raw materials, timber, animals both ordinary and exotic, scholars heading for the Great Library, diplomats on royal errands, ordinary travellers going somewhere for ordinary reasons. Every one of those ships arriving from open water had to navigate the approach. Every captain, experienced or anxious or some working combination of both, needed the harbour to be findable under conditions that were not always cooperative. What the harbour got was the Lighthouse of Alexandria, and for a structure built in the 3rd century before the Common Era, it was, by any fair accounting, the most sophisticated navigational installation the ancient world ever put together. Ancient sailors did not have magnetic compasses. The compass would not reach the Mediterranean world for another 1,000 years. They worked instead with the stars, the sun, the direction and feel of the prevailing swells, the colour and scent of the water, the behaviour of coastal birds, and the landmarks of whatever coast they were approaching. A tall tower with a fire burning at its summit was not simply a comfort in the psychological sense. It was practical navigational infrastructure of a type that transformed an approach that was dangerous in darkness into one that was genuinely manageable. On a clear night, with the fire burning steadily at the summit, the lighthouse could be seen from roughly 50 kilometres at sea. That distance gave an approaching captain meaningful time after the first sighting to prepare. Time to reduce speed, to organise the crew, to begin taking depth soundings, to contact the small pilot boats already coming out from the harbour to offer their services. Without that reference point, the first indication of a harbour might come with uncomfortably little water between the hull and the bottom. But before we get to the building and exactly how it worked, we need to spend time on the island it stood on, because the island of Pharos had a history of its own, considerably older than Alexandria, and it is stranger and more interesting than you might expect from a low rocky piece of the Egyptian coastline. The island of Pharos was not, in the centuries before Alexandria existed, a place of any particular distinction. Ancient descriptions suggest it was elongated, perhaps 3 kilometres from end to end, narrowing in the middle into something vaguely shaped like a lopsided stone loaf that had been squeezed at the centre by something large and patient. On its eastern end there was a small natural harbour, sheltered enough to offer basic protection for the modest coastal vessels working the routes between the Aegean and Egypt. Ancient sailors knew Pharos as a stopping point. It was a place to take on fresh water, repair sails, rest crews before continuing along the coast. The island carried a small permanent population, people who fished and traded with passing ships, and lived the quietly functional life of a community whose main value to the outside world was being located exactly where it was, and nowhere else. Homer mentions an island called Pharos in the Odyssey, tucking it into the Egyptian waters of Odysseus's wandering voyage. This is often cited as the earliest surviving reference to the island, and it tells us that Pharos was part of the Greek geographical imagination for centuries before Alexandria existed. How accurately the Odyssey's geography reflects actual places is a question historians treat with careful restraint, since Homer was writing a mythological adventure rather than a navigational chart. But the name Pharos, in an Egyptian context, was already old by the time anyone thought to build something significant on it. When Alexander the Great arrived in Egypt in 331 before the Common Era, he was 30 years old, had already conquered most of the Persian Empire, and showed no signs of planning to slow down. He examined the coastline near a small Egyptian settlement called Rakutia, and identified the site for his new city, with what ancient accounts describe as rapid, characteristically undeterred enthusiasm. The lagoon behind the coast offered sheltered water. Canals could connect the site to the Nile. The island of Pharos offshore provided a natural breakwater, protecting the mainland from the heaviest northwestern swells. Alexander is reported to have used grain to mark out the planned street layout of the new city on the ground, because chalk was unavailable and he wanted to see the dimensions at actual scale before committing. Before the marking was complete, birds descended from the marshes and ate the grain. This was the kind of sign that made advisors nervous and that prompted the usual anxious consultations about omens. Alexander concluded, with the serene confidence of a man who had not lost a military engagement in his life, that it meant the city would be so prosperous it would nourish people throughout the known world. The birds had essentially endorsed the planning decision. Construction proceeded. He did not stay to see it built. Alexander left Egypt within months, pulled north and east by an agenda that included most of the remaining landmass he had not yet visited. He died in Babylon in 323, before the Common Era at the age of 32, and the city he had named after himself was barely above its foundations. His generals divided the empire afterward in a process that was considerably less orderly than Alexander's conquest had been, and considerably more complicated. Egypt and its surrounding territories went to a man named Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, who had been among Alexander's closest companions since boyhood. Ptolemy was a different kind of leader from Alexander. He was patient, politically acute, and more interested in building things than in conquering them, which turned out to be exactly what Egypt needed in the years following conquest. Ptolemy established Alexandria as his capital, and began assembling the institutions that would define the city for centuries. The Great Library was his creation. Alongside it, he established the museum, which was not a collection of objects in the modern sense, but a state-funded community of scholars and researchers, essentially a royal research institution that attracted the finest minds of the Greek-speaking world. The mathematician Euclid worked there. The poet and librarian Callimachus shaped its collections. Archimedes may have visited as a young man. Alexandria became, within a single generation, the intellectual centre of the Mediterranean. Ptolemy I, who eventually received the title Soter, meaning saviour, also initiated the Lighthouse project. The exact moment of this decision does not survive cleanly in the ancient record. Ancient writers were far better at describing things once they existed than at documenting the particular meeting or day when someone decided to build them. What the sources do suggest is that construction began during Ptolemy I's reign and was completed under his son. Ptolemy II, who ruled from approximately 285 to 246 before the Common Era, receives in ancient sources the epithet Philadelphus, which translates as sibling loving. He married his sister Arsinoe, following a tradition of dynastic marriage within the Ptolemaic family that drew on Egyptian royal custom rather than Greek convention. This detail is mentioned here only because the epithet requires an explanation, and because it is the kind of explanation that tends to produce a brief pause in modern audiences before everyone agrees to move forward together without dwelling on it. He was, by most accounts, a culturally sophisticated and politically effective ruler. He expanded the library, pursued building projects throughout Egypt, and completed the lighthouse as one of the defining architectural achievements of his reign. The man credited by ancient sources with designing the lighthouse is named Sostratos of Knidos. Knidos was a city on the southwestern Anatolian coast with its own distinguished architectural tradition, and Sostratos appears to have been a figure of real standing in his profession, well connected enough to be working for the Ptolemaic court on one of the era's most ambitious projects. A later ancient writer named Lucian tells a story about Sostratos that may or may not be true, but is worth hearing regardless. According to Lucian, Sostratos carved his own name into the stone at the lighthouse's base, along with a dedication to the gods on behalf of sailors, and then plastered over the inscription. On the plaster surface, which would face the world, he placed the king's name and dedication. The intention was that the plaster would eventually weather away, leaving his own inscription exposed beneath, ensuring his legacy long after the more prominent royal text had crumbled. Whether this actually happened, and whether Lucian is a reliable narrator, are both questions that admit of no clean answer. But the story tells us something authentic about how architects of the ancient world thought about their relationship to their buildings and to the future, with considerably more confidence than most of us manage. The choice to site the lighthouse on the eastern tip of Pharos rather than on the mainland was deliberate and well-reasoned. The cape at the island's eastern end, elevated above the flats surrounding water, gave a fire burning at height the ability to appear above the horizon when seen from the sea. A mainland fire, no matter how large, would tend to merge with the flat coastline behind it when viewed from a distance. A fire on Pharos appeared to float above the water, standing clear of everything around it. That distinction was the whole point. The Heptastadion causeway connecting the island to the mainland was probably built early in the city's development, as it was essential to the harbour system's function. Traffic crossed it constantly. Workers, goods, animals, the daily commercial circulation of a large and growing city all moved back and forth along its raised surface. The lighthouse workers on Pharos were not isolated on a remote island. They were connected to the city, part of its daily life, accessible to the supply chains that their work required. With the island established, the dynasty committed, and the architect on site, the building itself could begin. The first engineering problem the builders of the Lighthouse of Alexandria had to solve was not the lighthouse. It was the ground beneath the lighthouse. The eastern tip of Pharos was a rocky, irregular promontory. Wave action came at it from multiple directions depending on weather and season. Building a tower of the intended scale on that kind of surface required establishing a foundation that could distribute an enormous structural weight across the maximum available area and anchor the whole assembly against the lateral forces that wind and wave would apply to a tall coastal structure over decades and eventually centuries of exposure. What the builders created was a platform, a broad base of stone blocks extending into the sea around the island's eastern tip, essentially manufacturing a stable artificial surface on top of irregular natural rock. This platform is, remarkably, the part of the lighthouse we have the most physical evidence for today, because when the upper structure eventually collapsed, the massive stones of the base fell into the shallow harbour water around the promontory and were preserved there. Water kept them from being quarried. Land would not have. Beginning in 1994, underwater archaeological surveys in the harbour directly in front of the citadel of Kite Bay documented hundreds of large stone blocks scattered across the harbour floor. Some weighed many tons each. They had fallen there as the structure above them failed across several centuries of earthquake damage. Among them were granite elements alongside the limestone blocks, and that combination is informative. Limestone was the practical workhorse of ancient Egyptian construction, quarried from the surrounding region and shaped with well-established techniques. Granite was different. Granite came from the Aswan region in Upper Egypt, hundreds of kilometres to the south, quarried near the first cataract of the Nile and transported north on large wooden riverboats before being moved further to the island. Moving granite blocks of several tons each through that entire journey, from quarry to desert river to coastal city to island, was a substantial logistical operation. The presence of granite in quantity tells us that the resources devoted to this building were extraordinary by any standard of the period. On top of the foundation platform rose the lighthouse itself, and here we move from physical evidence into the territory of careful reconstruction. Multiple independent ancient and medieval sources describe the lighthouse as having consisted of 3 distinct stages stacked vertically. The lowest was square in plan, the middle stage was octagonal, the upper stage was cylindrical. This progression appears in depictions of the lighthouse on ancient coins and mosaics, and its consistency across independent sources separated by time and language gives it strong credibility. The 3-stage form was not decorative whimsy. It reflected structural logic that any experienced builder would recognise. A broad square base provided maximum stability at ground level, distributing load over the largest possible footprint. The octagonal middle stage reduced the building's wind-catching profile compared to a square structure of similar size, since angled corners deflect wind more efficiently than flat faces. The cylindrical upper stage went further still, eliminating flat faces entirely. Each stage was smaller than the one below it, reducing weight and wind resistance progressively as the structure climbed. The square lower stage was the largest and most massive of the 3 by a wide margin. Most scholarly estimates, drawing on the textual sources and the physical data from the harbour floor surveys, place its base dimensions somewhere between 25 and 30 metres per side. Height estimates for the lower stage alone range from around 50 to 65 metres, with more conservative modern analysis tending toward the lower end. Even at 50 metres, the base stage by itself would have been a substantial structure. The interior of the lower stage was not solid stone. Ancient sources and the practical logic of the lighthouse's operation both indicate that the lower stage contained a usable interior with a ramp running through it. The ramp appears in accounts that describe animals being used to carry fuel up to the summit fire. A ramp functional for loaded pack animals is not a minor interior feature. It would have been the central organisational element of the lower stage, the thing around which everything else was arranged. Pause and picture that specific detail for a moment. A stone building of enormous weight and impressive height, enclosing a broad, inclined passage through which donkeys walked upward. carrying fuel for a fire burning somewhere above them. Those animals did not participate willingly in the advancement of ancient navigational infrastructure. They participated because someone organised them to, and because they were capable of carrying loads upward that purely human effort would have found overwhelming at that volume and over that vertical distance. Their contribution to the lighthouse's function across centuries of operation was entirely real. The octagonal middle stage sat on top of the square base, narrower than the base it rested on. Estimates of its height vary, but a figure of around 30 metres is consistent with several scholarly reconstructions. The transition between the square lower stage and the octagonal one would have been visible from outside as a marked change in profile, and some reconstructions suggest that architectural elements in the Hellenistic style of the period, columns, decorative mouldings, cornices, marked this transition. The Ptolemaic court built with visual ambition. A state building of this prominence was not left with bare, unadorned transitions between its parts. The cylindrical upper stage at the top of the octagonal section was the narrowest of the three and the one most directly associated with the lighthouse's purpose. This was where the fire lived. Access to the fire level in the upper stage, given its reduced dimensions compared to the lower sections, was probably by staircase rather than the wider ramp serving the floors below. Whether this staircase was a continuation of the ramp narrowing as it transitioned into the upper structure, or a separate element entirely, is not something the available sources resolve. Total height estimates for the completed structure are frankly one of the most entertaining unresolved disputes in ancient architectural history. Ancient sources give figures ranging from roughly 100 metres to 150 metres and beyond. Modern scholars, applying structural engineering reasoning to what limestone construction of this period could realistically achieve, and what the textual evidence can support, generally favour estimates between 100 and 120 metres. A figure of around 115 metres, including the summit statue, appears in several serious reconstructions. For a sense of scale, 115 metres is taller than the Statue of Liberty measured from her feet to her torch tip, and not dramatically shorter than the Great Pyramid of Giza, which had been standing for over 2,000 years by the time the lighthouse was built and had presumably developed a settled attitude about being compared to newer structures. The exterior surfaces of the lighthouse were almost certainly plastered or rendered in white or a light cream colour. Limestone construction finished with lime render in strong Egyptian sunlight produces a brilliance that is hard to overstate. A white tower rising from the flat, low coastline of the Nile Delta, on a clear day, would have been visible from the sea at a distance that made it useful as a navigational marker long before the harbour itself was anywhere close. That daytime visibility was the whiteness doing its work without any fire required. Ancient writers describing Alexandria sometimes note the colour of the lighthouse among its most immediately striking qualities. White stone in that latitude, under that light, has a quality of almost aggressive visibility. It does not blend into anything. It does not recede into the landscape. It stands forward from everything around it with a brightness that the eye finds before it finds anything else on that flat horizon. Whether this was a deliberate optical decision by the architect, or simply the standard exterior treatment for a limestone building of the period, the effect was the same. The lighthouse announced itself in daylight through its whiteness, as insistently as it announced itself at night through its fire. At the very summit of the cylindrical upper stage, above the fire chamber and above everything else, the builders had stacked into the sky over Pharos, stood a statue. Most ancient sources identify it as a divine figure, and the most commonly named deity is Poseidon, lord of the sea. A lighthouse standing watch over the harbour entrance, crowned with an image of the god who governed the water it overlooked, is the kind of symbolic logic that fits so cleanly into ancient religious and civic thinking that you almost feel it must be right. We will spend more time on that statue later. For now, it is enough to know it was there, large enough to be a visible element of the building's profile from the harbour surface far below. Building all of this from stone, using the engineering traditions and labour systems of the 3rd century before the Common Era, required the full depth of what Egypt had accumulated over thousands of years of large-scale construction. Egypt had been solving the problems of monumental stonework since before the pyramids. The techniques for moving, lifting, cutting and placing enormous blocks had been refined across more than 2,000 years of practice. The builders of the lighthouse brought all of that experience to a new kind of building, one whose purpose was navigational rather than ceremonial, and it showed in how long the result lasted. The finished structure must have been extraordinary to arrive at by sea for the first time. Rising from the rocky tip of Pharos, white in the strong light, its 3-stage geometry distinct on the horizon, topped with a divine figure against the Egyptian sky, with the busy harbour at its foot and the causeway stretching back to the city beyond. The lighthouse announced Alexandria the way nothing else could. It told every arriving ship that the city behind it was not provisional. It was not temporary. It was here, and it intended to stay. Let us talk about the fire. The fire at the summit of the Lighthouse of Alexandria was the heart of its nighttime function, and we know it existed with the same confidence we have about the building itself. Ancient sources describe it consistently. Medieval accounts describe it. The word lighthouse implies it. A lighthouse without a fire is a very tall tower, and very tall towers have their uses, but guiding ships home in the dark is not among them. What burned in that fire chamber is a question worth examining. Egypt was not a timber-rich country. The Nile Valley produced an agricultural civilization of extraordinary productivity, but not the kind of dense forest cover that made wood fuel locally available in large quantities. The delta marshes grew papyrus and reeds, some of which could burn, but high-intensity fire of the kind required for a beacon visible at sea from 50 kilometres needed something more substantial. Wood was almost certainly the primary fuel, but it came from outside Egypt or from whatever limited timber resources the delta region could provide. Ships carrying timber from the more forested coasts of the Levant, Anatolia, or more distant regions brought it to Alexandria as part of the broader commercial traffic. From the harbour, it was moved by smaller working boats across to the island of Pharos. At the lighthouse base, it was organised and prepared before being moved upward through the interior ramp to the summit fire chamber. This supply chain was continuous. The lighthouse fire, once established as an operational navigational landmark, could not simply stop burning when supplies ran low or weather made delivery inconvenient. Ships approached Alexandria at all hours and in all conditions. The fire was a commitment made not for days or weeks, but for centuries, and maintaining it required a logistical system that functioned without interruption across all of that time. The fuel operation was, in this sense, as much a part of the lighthouse as its stones. On a clear night with the fire maintained at the appropriate intensity, its light travelled across the dark water with a steadiness that had no competition. There were no coastal towns burning electric light to blur the horizon, no navigation lights on passing ships. The Mediterranean at night, seen from a vessel well offshore, was genuinely dark except for stars and whatever the lighthouse provided. In that environment, a large sustained fire burning at the top of a stone column, more than 100 metres above sea level, was visible to an experienced lookout at roughly 50 kilometres, possibly somewhat more under ideal atmospheric conditions. For a captain approaching from the northwest, that meant first sighting the lighthouse, while still well over an hour's sailing time from the harbour entrance in favourable conditions. An hour of warning was not a luxury. It was the margin that turned a potentially dangerous approach into a careful one. It gave time to reduce sail, take depth soundings, make the decisions about course and speed that a harbour entrance with reefs and islands required. Without that visible reference point, those decisions had to be made much closer in, with much less room for adjustment. During daylight, the fire's light was invisible against the bright Egyptian sky. What the daytime produced instead was smoke. A fire of the scale maintained at the lighthouse summit generated a substantial column of smoke that rose vertically in calm conditions. Experienced sailors approaching Alexandria in daylight, who knew what the smoke column meant and roughly where it would appear on the bearing to the harbour, could use it as a navigational reference from distances comparable to the nighttime fire range when conditions were clear. There is something worth dwelling on in how the fire must have looked from the summit itself, which is a perspective almost no one in the modern world has ever had reason to consider. The fire tenders who worked through the night in the upper stage of the lighthouse were standing at the approximate height of a 20-story building, on an island, on a coast that was flat in every direction. The Mediterranean lay around them in the darkness, and the only light visible in any direction, other than the stars above, was the fire they were tending and the scattered lamps of the city across the causeway. It was a particular kind of solitude, functional and occupied rather than lonely, but genuinely unlike any other working environment in the ancient world. The fire had to be attended. The ships below were depending on it, and the fire tenders knew this, in the way that people who hold important responsibilities in difficult environments always know it, not as an abstraction, but as a constant physical awareness of what happens if they fail to do their job. In windy weather, the smoke travelled horizontally rather than rising, reducing its usefulness as a vertical marker, but providing information of a different kind. Mediterranean sailors read wind direction as constant background data. The direction the lighthouse smoke travelled, for a captain approaching with knowledge of the harbour's position, was useful input regardless of whether the smoke was pointing upward or sideways. And now we reach the question that follows the lighthouse through history. Was there a polished metal mirror incorporated into the fire chamber, designed to amplify and direct the light toward the sea? Several ancient and medieval sources contain descriptions that could reasonably be interpreted as referring to a reflective device. The technology of polished metal mirrors was understood and applied in the ancient world across a range of practical contexts. Bronze and copper mirrors of high polish were common personal objects. Larger metal surfaces with deliberately curved geometry were used in various ways. The optical principles underlying curved reflectors were understood by Greek natural philosophers and applied by engineers in ways that survive in the historical record. A concave, polished metal surface placed behind the lighthouse fire would have reflected and concentrated the light, directing it preferentially toward the sea from which ships approached. Modern work with parabolic metal reflectors and open flames has confirmed that even a fairly simple, curved polished surface of reasonable size produces a noticeably increased apparent brightness when viewed from the focal direction. The practical effect on an approaching ship would have been a brighter and more directional signal than an unassisted open fire could produce. The evidence for a reflector is suggestive without being fully conclusive. Descriptions in ancient and medieval sources that fit this interpretation appear independently in multiple accounts. The sophistication of Ptolemaic engineering in other respects makes the technology plausible, since the people who built this building were working at the highest technical level available in the ancient world. Several scholars who have studied the lighthouse carefully consider a metal reflector a likely component of the original or early installation. What we cannot confirm is whether any reflector survived the lighthouse's many centuries of operation. Metal of sufficient quality to serve as a large polished reflective surface was itself valuable material. In any period of financial difficulty, military emergency or structural damage, metal components would have been among the first things removed for reuse elsewhere. Whether the original lighthouse included a reflector that was subsequently lost, or whether descriptions of a shining element refer to something other than a functional optical device, is a question the evidence cannot resolve with finality. Now the burning mirror. This is the story that has attached itself to the lighthouse like a determined rumour, and travelled across centuries without significantly improving its relationship to the facts. The claim is that the lighthouse possessed a device, or system of devices, powerful enough to focus sunlight and set enemy ships on fire at a distance. The image is vivid and rather satisfying. Enemy vessels catching flame from a beam of concentrated light while still out in the harbour approaches, their crews scrambling on burning decks, the lighthouse standing above it all with the composed expression of a building that knows exactly what it is doing. It is not supported by the historical evidence, and it does not survive the test of physical plausibility. To ignite a ship's wooden hull and rigging at a distance of several hundred meters using reflected sunlight would require a mirror of enormous precise dimensions, aimed with high accuracy at a target that in any realistic scenario would not be sitting still in exactly the right spot at exactly the right time of day, under clear skies, while nothing else interfered. The energy delivered by focused sunlight decreases rapidly with distance. Wood requires sustained heat concentrated over a specific area to reach ignition temperature. The geometry of the situation does not cooperate. More informative than the physics is the absence of the story from any source written while the lighthouse was still operational. Greek and Roman writers who visited Alexandria and described the lighthouse, who had direct access to people with working knowledge of the building, do not mention a ship-burning capability. The Romans were enthusiastic recorders of impressive military and engineering achievements. Their silence on this particular point is not an oversight. The burning mirror story appears in Arabic accounts from the medieval period, written several centuries after the lighthouse had already been significantly damaged and partially collapsed, at a time when direct knowledge of what the building actually contained had given way to the kind of elaboration that attaches itself to very famous things. The lighthouse was already one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It guided ships for 900 years. It was visible 50 kilometers at sea on a clear night. It required no additional mythological capabilities to be extraordinary. The burning mirror story is the compliment that later imaginations paid to an achievement they found almost impossible to believe in its actual form, and we can appreciate it as such while setting it aside as history. There is something that is easy to overlook when thinking about the Lighthouse of Alexandria, and it matters. Someone had to go to work there every morning. A lighthouse is not a monument that can be built and then left to manage itself. It is operational infrastructure that requires constant human attention, daily labour, ongoing maintenance, and an uninterrupted supply chain regardless of weather, season, or what is happening in the city across the water. The Lighthouse of Alexandria burned continuously for centuries. That means in every hour of every day and night across all of those centuries, there were people doing the work that kept it burning. Their names are almost entirely gone from history. Their labour was as much a part of the lighthouse as the stone. Ancient writers were more interested in kings, philosophers, and military commanders than in the workers who kept essential infrastructure functioning, which is a consistent feature of ancient literary culture that historians have been working around for a very long time. We do not have a staffing list for the lighthouse, or a record of its operational budget, or anything describing the daily routines of its maintenance crew. What we can do is reason from what we know about how large state institutions were organised in Ptolemaic and Roman Alexandria, and from the physical logic of what keeping the lighthouse running actually required. The operation would have been administered under official oversight. Alexandria was governed by an extensive bureaucratic apparatus that managed the city's complex commercial and civic life, with considerable organisational sophistication. A structure as strategically important as the navigational anchor of the most commercially active port in the ancient Mediterranean would not have been left to informal arrangement. Someone senior in the Ptolemaic, and later Roman, administrative structure was accountable for the lighthouse's proper function. The specific title and authority of this official we do not know. That such a position existed is difficult to doubt. Below that administrative level, the working staff organised itself by function. Fuel management was probably the largest operational requirement measured by daily volume. Wood and whatever other combustibles were used had to be obtained, transported by sea to Alexandria, moved by working boat to the island of Pharos, unloaded at the island's eastern harbour, staged at the lighthouse base, and then carried upward through the interior ramp to the fire chamber. Each step in that chain required workers, and the chain ran without interruption. The boats working the fuel route between the main harbour and the island were probably small working vessels of the type that handled short-haul cargo transfers in ancient Mediterranean harbours everywhere. They operated on whatever schedule kept the fuel inventory at the lighthouse base continuously replenished. The workers who unloaded those boats at Pharos carrying and stacking fuel in the conditions that the Egyptian climate provided, were doing the basic physical labour of maritime commerce. In summer, the heat was substantial. In winter, the sea wind off the Mediterranean carried a chill that the flat island landscape offered no protection against. The lighthouse needed fuel regardless of either. Inside the lower stage of the building, the upward transport of fuel was handled by animals if the ramp was wide enough, or by human effort if it was not. The ramp itself, broad enough for loaded donkeys to use without difficulty, would have been the central artery of the daily operation. Animals moving in organised rotation, each carrying a load to the upper levels while another returned empty, could sustain the supply that the summit fire required. The people managing this movement inside the building worked in a dim and not particularly glamorous interior environment, and they did so every day. At the summit, the fire tenders held the most critical position in the operation and the most exposed one, keeping a large fire burning at the appropriate intensity through a full night shift at the top of a 100-metre stone tower required sustained attention. The fire could not be allowed to dim below useful visibility, and it could not be left to burn in ways that exceeded what the fire chamber was designed to contain. Fuel additions had to be timed and sized appropriately. Wind and weather at that height behaved differently from conditions on the ground below, and experienced fire tenders would have learned those behaviours over time and factored them into how they managed the flame. The summit was cold in winter. The Egyptian coast is mild by the standards of northern Europe but not warm in the winter night hours, and wind at 100 metres above sea level amplifies whatever chill exists below it. The fire tenders had the practical advantage of proximity to the fire itself, which was the single most effective source of heat available at that altitude. Their working conditions were exposed in ways that the workers in the lower stages did not experience, and their responsibility was direct. If the fire went out on a winter night, ships approaching the harbour lost their reference point. The consequences were not abstract. The harbour below the lighthouse was a world of organised activity quite unlike any other environment in the ancient Mediterranean. The great harbour of Alexandria received commercial shipping from across the known world. Grain ships were the central element of the harbour's commercial identity. Egypt's agricultural surplus, produced by the irrigated Nile floodplain, in quantities that no other region in the Mediterranean world could approach, was loaded here and shipped north to markets that depended on it. Rome eventually ate Egyptian grain in quantities that made Egyptian agriculture one of the most politically strategic agricultural systems in the ancient world. The harbour that moved that grain was, by extension, one of the most strategically important ports. Alongside the grain ships came vessels carrying papyrus, which Alexandria produced in large quantities, and which the ancient Mediterranean world used as its primary writing material. Linen, glass, carved stone, luxury goods from further east that had travelled overland through Egypt or by sea, through the Red Sea ports before reaching Alexandria, timber coming south and east toward a country that did not produce it abundantly. The harbour was a genuinely international environment where sailors, merchants and cargo from dozens of cultural contexts moved through a shared physical space, organised around the practical requirements of ships and trade. The dock workers who loaded and unloaded those ships were specialists. Handling the cargo of a large ancient vessel correctly required understanding of how weight distribution affected a ship's stability, how to protect fragile goods during loading and at sea, how to operate the wooden lifting equipment and tackle that ancient harbours employed for heavy cargo. Reading a ship's waterline to assess its load state was a practical skill developed over years. The experienced dock worker was not interchangeable with a general labourer off the street, and was paid at rates that reflected the difference. The harbour pilots who guided incoming vessels through the entrance channel were the most specialised workers in the harbour economy. A pilot's knowledge was specific to Alexandria, built from years of direct experience, and it was not transferable. They knew where the bottom shallowed and where it deepened. They knew how the current moved through the entrance at different tidal states. They knew where the reefs were, where the holding ground for anchoring was reliable, where the mooring positions were situated along the waterfront. When a pilot boat came out to meet an incoming ship, the captain who declined its services was making a statement about personal confidence that the harbour's history sometimes punished. Ancient navigation, as practiced by the sailors arriving at Alexandria from across the Mediterranean, was a sophisticated discipline of accumulated practical knowledge. The pole star gave reliable north on clear nights, and experienced sailors read it as a constant reference. The rising and setting positions of other stars observed across many years of voyaging gave directional information throughout the dark hours. The sun's arc through the day provided east and west orientation. Swells in open water reflected distant weather systems and could indicate direction relative to known patterns. The sea itself spoke to those trained to read it. Watercolour shifted from deep, open ocean blue toward greens and pale turquoise as depth decreased. The scent of the sea changed near land and especially near the Nile Delta, where fresh water mixed into the salt was detectable before any coastline became visible. The behaviour of coastal birds told experienced observers roughly how far they were from land. A sounding lead lowered on a long rope provided depth readings and bottom composition, and the nature of the bottom at Alexandria's approaches was known in enough detail that an experienced pilot could determine position from the depth and material alone. The lighthouse added a single reliable reference point to all of this accumulated practical knowledge, and that addition was not small. It gave every arriving navigator, experienced or new to the approach, a visible anchor that could be cross-referenced against dead reckonings, star sights and depth soundings to confirm position. That confirmation mattered most at the end of a long voyage, when accumulated small navigational errors might have introduced uncertainty about exactly where the vessel was relative to the harbour entrance. Finding the lighthouse fire confirmed the calculation. It told the captain the dead reckoning was right, or showed precisely where it needed adjustment. Ancient writers who describe the lighthouse from a traveller's perspective tend to mention it with a quality of feeling that goes beyond technical appreciation. The relief of finding the fire on the horizon, after many days of open water, was something people found worth recording. The harbour, visible at last. The difficult part of the voyage confirmed to be behind them. The lighthouse's light was a practical signal, and something more than that, in the way that reliable things people depend on over a long time become more than simply useful. Something stood above everything else at the very top of the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Ancient sources are, in the accommodating way they often are, not fully in agreement about what it was. The most commonly mentioned identification is a statue of Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea, and the symbolic tidiness of that identification is part of its appeal. A lighthouse watching over the harbour entrance, topped with the god whose domain the sea was and whose goodwill every sailor cultivated, is the kind of architectural symbolism that ancient designers understood instinctively and pursued without apology. Other accounts suggest Zeus, which would reflect the Ptolemaic dynasty's consistent practice of associating its major projects with the chief of the Olympian gods, lending royal ambition an additional layer of divine endorsement. Some descriptions mention the figure holding a staff or torch, which different scholars have used to argue for different identifications with varying degrees of conviction and enthusiasm. The question has not been settled, and it may never be. What most ancient sources agree on is that the statue was large. Not large in the way decorative elements are large, but genuinely imposing, proportioned to be a visible part of the lighthouse's silhouette from the harbour surface far below and from ships approaching from the open sea. It was the final element of the building's visual statement, the thing that completed the line from massive stone foundation through the 3 ascending stages to the figure standing against the sky. A few medieval Arabic accounts add details suggesting the summit statue might have had a mechanical or directional function, the ability to indicate the position of approaching ships or signal threats from the sea. These accounts appear in sources working from second-hand knowledge of a building that was by then already deeply altered from its original form, and scholars treat such details as the embellishment that naturally accumulates around very famous structures over time. The idea of a mechanical statue on top of the lighthouse is not something the evidence supports as factual. It does tell us, clearly, how much the lighthouse continued to fire imaginations long after its original form was partially lost. The lighthouse's early operational centuries appear to have been stable in the way that well-built things are stable when properly maintained. The Ptolemaic dynasty that commissioned it ruled Egypt until 30 before the Common Era, when Roman forces under Octavian defeated the combined forces of Antony and Cleopatra VII and brought Egypt into the Roman Empire. Cleopatra, the last Ptolemaic ruler, chose suicide over the prospect of Roman captivity, and the dynasty that had begun with Ptolemy I and lasted nearly 3 centuries ended in one of history's most dramatic final chapters. Alexandria retained its commercial importance entirely under Roman rule. Egypt was the grain supplier of the empire, providing food to sustain Rome's enormous urban population at a scale that made Egyptian agricultural output one of the most politically sensitive systems in the world. The harbour, the lighthouse, the pilots and dock workers and warehouse operators, all of this continued functioning under new political management without fundamental disruption to the underlying commercial machinery. Roman writers mention the lighthouse with the comfortable familiarity of people describing an established landmark they see no particular reason to describe at length. The geographer Strabo, who visited Alexandria around 25 before the Common Era, notes it as a white stone tower of considerable height, useful to sailors, and moves on to other subjects. That brevity is perhaps the best evidence that the lighthouse was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Infrastructure attracts extended literary attention when it is new or when it fails. A lighthouse that has been working reliably for 2 centuries is not particularly newsworthy. Repairs and modifications accumulated across the Roman period and into the Byzantine era, which is the expected history of any large stone building in a harsh coastal environment. Salt air corrodes mortar and degrades stone surfaces over time. Repeated cycles of wetting and drying expand and contract masonry in ways that accumulate into structural movement. Earthquakes in the eastern Mediterranean were a recurring geological reality, and any significant tremor required inspection of the structure and repair of whatever damage was found. The lighthouse that travellers in the 3rd century of the Common Era saw was not identical to the building that Ptolemy II had completed 4 centuries earlier. It had been repaired in places, the render renewed in sections, architectural details possibly modified during one restoration or another. The Arab conquest of Egypt in 641 of the Common Era brought a new administration to Alexandria and a new chapter in the lighthouse's textual record. Medieval Arab geographers and travellers describe the lighthouse in terms that suggest it remained genuinely impressive, even to people visiting a building that was already approaching 1,000 years old. Al-Masudi, writing in the 10th century, describes the lighthouse as still active. Al-Idrisi, the great geographer of the 12th century, provides a description suggesting the building was still recognisable and still associated with its navigational purpose, though its condition by then may have been somewhat reduced from its operational peak. What is notable across all of these cultural transitions, from Ptolemaic to Roman to Byzantine to early Islamic administration, is that the lighthouse retained its identity and its function through all of them. It was not dismantled by conquerors who found it offensive, or repurposed in ways that erased its original nature, or allowed to fall into disuse because the new rulers saw no value in maritime infrastructure. Each civilization that governed Alexandria recognized what the lighthouse provided and maintained it accordingly. That consistency across radically different political and cultural contexts is itself a kind of evidence for how essential the structure was to the practical life of the harbour. A thing you can afford to lose gets lost. A thing you cannot afford to lose gets maintained. The earthquakes were, through all of this, doing their patient and irreversible work. A major seismic event in 956 of the Common Era caused structural damage that ancient accounts suggest was serious, particularly to the upper stages where the narrower construction was most vulnerable to ground movement. The cylindrical upper stage, which bore the fire chamber and the summit statue, was apparently compromised by this event. Later descriptions suggest the lighthouse was repaired but in a modified form. The summit fire maintained at whatever level the surviving structure could support. Another significant earthquake struck in 1303, and accounts following this event indicate further collapse. By this point, the upper stages were largely or entirely gone. What remained was the massive square lower base, and perhaps parts of the octagonal middle stage, still impressive in their sheer bulk but no longer functional as a lighthouse in any operational sense. The fire was out. The centuries of continuous service were finished. The Arab traveller Ibn Battuta visited Alexandria in 1326 and found the lighthouse in such advanced ruin that he could enter only the base. He understood from what remained what it had once been, and he documented it as a historical site. That is the transitional moment for any old building, the point at which it stops being infrastructure and becomes archaeology. The lighthouse crossed that line sometime in the early 14th century and did not cross back. The ruins sat on the tip of Pharos for another century and a half, slowly losing stone to the practical demands of a city that never stopped needing good quality pre-cut material for new construction. In a place where quarrying finished limestone and granite was a continuing expense, an ancient ruin was a convenient resource, and the lighthouse's remains were used accordingly. In 1480 of the Common Era, the Mamluk Sultan Al-Ashraf Qaitbay ordered a fortification built on the eastern tip of the island of Pharos. The military reasoning was clear. Ottoman naval power had become a threat to Alexandria's harbour, and the promontory at Pharos's eastern end was the obvious position from which to defend the entrance. The same geography that had made the lighthouse position ideal for projecting light across the harbour, approaches made it equally well suited to projecting defensive firepower against ships attempting to enter. The strategic logic of the site was as obvious to a 15th century military engineer as it had been to a 3rd century architect, and for the same underlying reason. The building material for the new fort came substantially from what was already on the site. The scattered and collapsed stones of the lighthouse, enormous limestone and granite blocks that had been lying on the promontory and in the shallow water around it for over a century since the last major earthquakes, were incorporated directly into the citadel's construction. Ancient Ptolemaic stonework, some blocks still bearing the precise cutting marks of the original construction, went into the walls of a 15th century fortification. The lighthouse did not entirely disappear. It became part of something else. The citadel of Qaitbay still stands today. It is one of Alexandria's most recognisable landmarks, a handsomely preserved fortification looking out over the same harbour approaches the lighthouse once illuminated. Its stone walls contain, almost certainly, blocks that originally belonged to one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Visitors who walk through its corridors and rest their hands on its walls are touching material that sailors loading cargo in Cyprus or Anatolia or the ports of the Levant would have recognised as the foundation of a beacon visible from 50 kilometres at sea. For many centuries after the citadel was built, the question of what lay beneath or immediately around it was essentially unanswerable without disturbing the active fortification above. The harbour was busy with traffic, its waters opaque with the sediment and activity of a working port, and whatever lay on the bottom was invisible to anyone without the means and the purpose to go and look. In 1994, a French archaeologist named Jean-Yves Empereur led an underwater survey team into the harbour waters directly in front of the citadel of Qaitbay. What the team found on the harbour floor was not the trace outline of a vanished building. It was a genuine and abundant field of ancient material scattered across the shallow bottom in numbers that required sustained and methodical work to document properly. Hundreds of large stone blocks, sphinx figures in the characteristic Ptolemaic style, the blend of Egyptian and Greek artistic traditions that define the Ptolemaic period's visual culture, royal portrait heads from the early Ptolemaic dynasty, obelisks, column sections, architectural elements that had clearly been parts of large and prestigious ancient construction. And among all of it, massive blocks of limestone and granite at the scale consistent with the lighthouse's foundation, and lower stages, some bearing surface treatments and structural shaping that identified them as pieces of major ancient building rather than quarry rough cuts. The blocks had arrived on the harbour floor as the lighthouse's upper structure collapsed during the medieval earthquake sequence, or had slid off the promontory as the coastline itself shifted. Ancient Alexandria has sunk significantly into its own harbour over 2,000 years. The combination of rising relative sea levels and earthquake-caused ground subsidence submerged much of what was once the ancient city's most prestigious quarter. The lighthouse stones became part of a broader underwater deposit of Ptolemaic, an earlier material that represents one of the more substantial submerged archaeological sites in the Mediterranean world. The distribution pattern of the blocks across the harbour floor provided information about the sequence of the building's failure over time. Earthquake damage leaves characteristic fracture lines and displacement directions in structural remains, and a knowledgeable archaeologist reading these patterns can begin to understand which tremors caused which portions of the structure to fail, and in which directions. Comparing the block distribution to the historical earthquake record has helped researchers reconstruct something of the lighthouse's collapse history. The survey teams documented their findings with the most effective methods available, measuring block positions and dimensions, recording their material and surface conditions, photographing and sketching the distribution across the harbour floor. The work continued through subsequent years and into the 2000s, building a dataset that represented the most detailed physical evidence about the lighthouse's construction that scholarship had ever been able to assemble. The granite blocks among the underwater finds are particularly informative about the scale of resources devoted to the building. Granite from Aswan, transported hundreds of kilometres by river and then by sea, cut to specific structural dimensions, incorporated into a coastal installation on an island, present in sufficient quantities to be well represented among the harbour floor remains. This was not economical construction. This was building with the resources of a dynasty that wanted the result to be permanent and was prepared to pay the full cost of making it so. The underwater survey results prompted scholarly reassessment of earlier reconstructions of the lighthouse, adjusting some estimates of the building's dimensions and refining the interpretation of certain ancient textual descriptions in light of what the physical evidence actually showed. The process of understanding the lighthouse, which had been conducted primarily through textual scholarship for many centuries, gained a physical anchor that it had previously lacked. Archaeology and textual history began to inform each other in ways that neither could achieve alone. Above the waterline, architectural historians and engineers have been working for decades to convert all available evidence into coherent reconstructions of what the lighthouse actually looked like. The process draws on every usable source: textual descriptions in ancient Greek, Latin, and Arabic, visual representations on coins, mosaics, and ceramic objects where the lighthouse appears as an identifiable element, the physical measurements from the harbour floor surveys, comparative analysis of other Ptolemaic period architecture, whose stylistic vocabulary and structural proportions can fill gaps where direct evidence for the lighthouse itself is absent or ambiguous. Digital reconstruction has become a central tool in this effort, building a three-dimensional model of the lighthouse, adjusting its proportions and architectural details as evidence is reassessed and new interpretations develop, and viewing that model from any angle and in any simulated lighting condition allows researchers to test whether their reconstruction is internally consistent in ways that two-dimensional drawings on paper could not easily support. It also allows for something that no previous generation of scholars could experience: the ability to see the lighthouse as it might have appeared from the sea, from the harbour, from the causeway, from various distances and angles. Different scholarly teams have produced different reconstructions of the lighthouse, and that variation is genuinely informative. Where reconstructions agree, the underlying evidence is strong. Where they diverge, you're looking at real interpretive uncertainty. Places where the surviving evidence permits more than one reasonable reading The base dimensions are relatively consistent across different reconstructions, anchored by the physical data from the harbour floor surveys. The proportions and specific form of the upper stages are more variable among different scholarly interpretations, reflecting the relative scarcity of direct physical evidence for those parts of the building. Some reconstructions have been built as physical scale models, installed in Alexandria's modern museums where visitors can see the lighthouse's probable form at reduced scale. The Bibliotheca Alexandrina, the modern library opened in 2002 as a tribute to the ancient institution destroyed in late antiquity, has been involved in various efforts to document and reconstruct ancient Alexandria's archaeological heritage, including work on the lighthouse and the broader pattern of the submerged ancient city around it. There is something that does not resolve itself neatly in all of this, and it is worth sitting with rather than hurrying past. We know the broad form of the Lighthouse of Alexandria. We know its purpose, its probable dimensions, its structural logic, and the general shape of its 9 centuries of service. We know where it stood and what the harbour floor around that spot contains. We can look at the best available reconstructions and see a building that is probably close to the original in its essential proportions. What we cannot fully recover is the experience of it, the particular quality of light coming off the fire chamber on a completely still winter night when the Mediterranean lay flat and dark below, the smell of wood smoke drifting back toward the harbour, mixing with the salt air and the scent of the cargo ships and the warm inhabited scent of a large ancient city going about its evening. The feeling, recorded with consistent sincerity by ancient travellers, of seeing that fire appear on the horizon after many days of open water and nothing else whatsoever. That moment of recognition, that small internal easing that meant the voyage was almost over and the harbour was ahead. Some things about the past are recoverable through archaeology and careful scholarship. Others live only in the imagination, which is not necessarily the worst address for them. The imagination has kept certain things intact across long stretches of time when stone and papyrus could not. The citadel of Kite Bay stands on its rocky point tonight. The harbour waters around it cover their ancient stones in the darkness, moving quietly over the scattered remains of something that was once, by any measure, one of the most extraordinary things human hands had ever managed to build. The Lighthouse of Alexandria guided ships safely for roughly 900 years. It was built by people who wanted to create something worthy of the city they were assembling. It was maintained by people whose names the historical record did not keep. It was studied, after its fall, by people who found it just as extraordinary as the sailors who had spotted its fire from 50 kilometres out to sea. It still rests in that harbour, not standing, not burning, but present in the way that things are present when they have been part of a place for long enough that the place itself has absorbed them. If the lighthouse kept its watch tonight while you drifted off, dear lighthouse dreamers, then it was doing exactly what it was built to do. Come back another night and we will find you another wonder to guide you home. Rest well. An entire civilization organised itself around a different kind of order. In the villages of medieval Europe, from the open chalk downlands of southern England to the sun-warmed hillside settlements of Burgundy, ordinary men and women built their lives around the seasons, the soil, and the steady arc of daylight across a sky that belonged to everyone equally. Tonight, you are going to step into that world, hour by quiet hour, not as someone passing through, but as someone whose hands know the soil, whose ears know the church bell, and whose body understands the specific satisfaction of a day spent entirely in useful effort. You wake in the dark, but not because anything startled you. The light is what does it. Not a sudden or decisive light, but a slow and hesitant grey that begins pressing against the edges of the shuttered window across the room. It arrives in midsummer around 4 in the morning. In the depths of January it comes much later, and you are grateful for that. Though you would not say so aloud to anyone, because expressing gratitude for the cold, being gracious about when it lets you sleep longer, has a quality that sounds dangerously close to complaining, and there is always too much to do for complaining. You lie still for a moment on the straw-stuffed pallet that serves as your bed. It sits close to the floor, and the floor is packed earth, trodden hard over years by your feet and the feet of your family, and the family that occupied this cottage before yours. The mattress is covered with a rough linen ticking that was stitched and filled by your own household, and 2 wool blankets rest above you, heavy and slightly itchy, smelling faintly of the sheep they came from. This is not an entirely unpleasant smell, especially on a cold morning when the alternative to the smell is simply the cold. The room you're waking in is small. It is one of 2 rooms in the cottage, and cottage may still be a generous word. 3 walls of timber frame and wattle are packed with a clay and straw plaster that was applied by hand and shows the evidence of repairs in 3 different places where the surface cracked and was patched without particular concern for matching. One wall near the hearth is stone, because stone near fire is less likely to catch. The roof is wheat straw, thatched in overlapping layers by a neighbour 2 harvests ago, and it has since developed a thoughtful relationship with heavy rain that could best be described as conditional. The hearth occupies the centre of the main room, which is also the room you're sleeping in. The idea of a separate sleeping chamber belongs to people with houses large enough to have chambers. Your family sleeps together near the fire. Your children are curled beside you, warm and heavy in that particular stillness of children who have genuinely tired themselves out. Your spouse is already rising, or about to rise, moving quietly in the way of someone whose body accepted the terms of early mornings a long time ago without ongoing negotiation. There is no chimney. There is a gap in the thatch above the hearth, and most of the smoke finds its way through this opening. The word most is doing some work in that sentence. The remainder occupies the room at roughly the height of a standing adult, which is one reason that medieval villagers spent a great deal of time close to the floor, and also one reason that the timbers above the hearth had darkened to a deep and permanent black over the years. This smoke blackening was not purely a nuisance. The compounds in wood smoke repelled insects with considerable efficiency, which meant that the blackest and smokiest medieval cottage often had the least infestation. The occupants experienced this benefit without knowing the mechanism behind it, which is a good example of the kind of practical knowledge that medieval people accumulated without ever needing to explain it in terms that would satisfy a later century. The fire from the night before is not entirely out. That is intentional. Coals still glow beneath a careful arrangement of ash, orange and patient, holding heat through the night in a way that was managed deliberately before bed. Firemaking with flint and steel worked, but it required effort and time, and in a household where both of those things are carefully rationed, keeping the fire alive through the night was not laziness but economy. Your first task of the morning is to coax those coals back to life with a small handful of dried moss or straw, and then to breathe on them, gently and steadily, the way you might encourage something timid toward the light. The smoke rises, the light across the room improves slightly. Somewhere beyond the cottage wall, a rooster makes his announcement with complete disregard for the feelings of those still sleeping nearby. You note that the rooster has never, in your experience, shown any sign of reconsidering this decision. The cottage itself rewards a slower look, because it is arranged with a working logic that took observers from later centuries somewhat by surprise. Scholars who have examined the physical and documentary evidence of medieval rural housing, researchers like Christopher Dyer, whose careful reading of estate accounts, court rolls, and archaeological site evidence built a detailed picture of later medieval English rural life that revised earlier assumptions considerably, found that these structures were not the uniformly wretched hovels that Victorian writers like to imagine. Small, yes. Dark, certainly. Smoky without question, but organised around the priorities of the lives lived in them with a practical intelligence that made full use of every available resource. Walls inside were often plastered with lime or clay, which softened draughts and gave the interior a pale surface that caught firelight more generously than bare wattle would have. The floor might be covered with rushes or straw that was swept out and replaced at intervals determined more by smell than by calendar. which sounds imprecise but was actually a highly calibrated system once you had been operating it for a few winters. Wooden pegs and hooks along the walls held clothing, tools, bundles of dried herbs, rope, and a spare piece of harness. A low wooden chest near one wall stored the household's most valued possessions, which in most village households meant some coins, a spare garment saved for church, and whatever legal documents the family had occasion to keep. The ceiling, such as it was the underside of the thatch, supported by rough timber beams of varying straightness. Things were hung from these beams, onions braided together by their dried tops, bunches of dried herbs tied with cord, a small ham in a fortunate autumn, a piece of dried fish wrapped in cloth after a good market run. The space above the beams held warmth and smoke, and the accumulated smell of everything that had ever been cooked below, and it had done so for as long as anyone in the family could accurately remember. The second room, when the cottage had one, served as storage and sometimes as a sleeping space for older children. In winter, it might also shelter young or vulnerable animals. The line between living space and agricultural storage in a medieval cottage was not a sharp one. It was more of a general understanding, renegotiated each season based on what needed to be where most urgently. You dress in the morning dark. Your working clothes are not dramatically different from your sleeping clothes, which are not dramatically different from your Sunday clothes. The main distinction is a cleaner outer tunic kept specifically for church and the saints' feast days that punctuate the medieval year at regular enough intervals to give the week something to look toward. The shoes are soft leather, cut at home and resoled more than once. In summer, you might go barefoot in the yard, which is familiar ground, and your feet know where the worst patches are. In winter, strips of cloth wrapped around the feet before the shoes go on add a layer of insulation that makes a small but not trivial difference to the quality of the morning's first few hours. Outside, the village is stirring. You can hear it without seeing it from inside the cottage. A dog barks somewhere near the lane that leads to the mill. A bucket strikes the stone edge of the well with a hollow report. Somewhere a child's voice rises briefly and is quickly hushed. The sound of a medieval village waking is not a loud thing. It is a layered and continuous thing, a weaving of small domestic sounds that collectively mean the same thing every morning. The day is real, it has started, and there is much to do. You breathe the morning air coming through the cottage doorway. It carries turned earth, wood smoke, and the particular animal warmth of the enclosure attached to the cottage wall. It is not the kind of air that features in any poetry you have ever heard. It is the kind of air that smells, in its direct and unapologetic way, like the beginning of things. Before you eat, before you organise your own thoughts, the animals want attending. This is not a preference. It is the organising principle of every agricultural morning and every season, and no amount of cold or tiredness or natural human reluctance changes the terms. Animals have their requirements on a schedule entirely of their own choosing, and they communicate this with a directness that removes all ambiguity. You pull open the low door to the enclosure at the side of the cottage. In the coldest months, the pig, and sometimes a calf, have spent the night in this attached space, sharing their body heat with the household in an arrangement that was understood by both parties to be mutually practical. The animals were warmer than the yard would have been. The house was warmer because of their presence. This was not sentimental cohabitation but functional logic, and the medieval farming household operated on functional logic the way a boat operates on water, because there was no other available surface. The pig comes out first and moves past you, with the extraordinary self-possession of a creature that has assessed the yard thoroughly and knows exactly where it intends to go. The pig is heading for a patch of soft ground near the far corner of the yard that it has been developing with patient dedication for several weeks. Medieval pigs were not the smooth pink creatures of a much later agricultural era. They were lean, dark, bristly, and considerably more athletic, closer in shape to something wild than to something ornamental. They were also valuable in every possible way, as meat, as lard, as leather, as bristle, and in the autumn as a beneficiary of the village's access to the common woodland, where acorns and beech mast lay on the ground. in quantities that made the pig's view of October very favourable indeed. The practice of taking the villagers' collected pigs into woodland to feed on fallen mast was called pannage, and it was regulated by the manor and recorded in estate documents throughout medieval England. A swineherd managed the collective effort, moving the pigs to the wood and back each day, keeping them broadly together, and ensuring they returned to the right owners each evening. This was not a prestigious occupation by the standards of the medieval social hierarchy, but it was a necessary one. A necessity in a village economy commanded its own form of consideration. The cow, if your household has one, waits with a patience earned by years of the same routine. She's led out to the common pasture where the villagers' cattle graze collectively under the supervision of whoever holds the herding duty that week. The common pasture was a shared resource regulated by the customs of the manor and occasionally by vigorous disagreement at the manor court, where the question of who had put too many animals on the common land, a violation known as surcharging, was exactly the kind of issue that could generate impressive amounts of carefully documented complaint. But milking happens before the cow goes out. You sit on a low stool beside her, your head resting against her warm flank, hands working in a rhythm that belongs somewhere between habit and instinct. The milk arrives in the wooden pail with a steady percussion that is one of the defining sounds of early morning in an agricultural household. In summer, when the grass is rich, the yield is generous. In late winter, when feeding has been careful and the pasture is thin, the yield is modest and you are grateful for it regardless. The milk that is not consumed fresh will become something else before the day is out. If cream has accumulated, it will be churned toward butter in a wooden vessel, worked by hand or by a plunge churn, a labour that takes longer than anticipated and produces results that vary depending on the temperature of the room and the patience of whoever is churning. Both of those things are weather dependent, and medieval dairy workers understood this through their hands and accumulated knowledge rather than through anything written down. Cheese comes from milk soured with rennet, pressed in cloth, and left to firm in the cool corner of the storeroom. Medieval household cheese at the village level was not the aged, wheel-formed product of large-scale dairy operations. It was fresh and practical, made quickly and eaten before it had time to develop strong opinions about itself. The chickens emerge from their overnight roost with collective purpose. They scatter across the yard, head bobbing and alert, performing the morning inspection with a thoroughness that suggests they expect to find something interesting and will not stop until they are satisfied there is nothing to find. Chickens in the medieval village household were productive members of the domestic economy, providing eggs with regularity and themselves to the pot when age or declining productivity made their continued presence among the living less valuable than their contribution to the evening meal. This was understood by everyone in the household. The chickens, for their part, gave no indication of awareness. Feeding them from the grain sack requires a calculation running just underneath the gesture. Every handful scattered now is a handful not available for planting, for grinding, or for the pottage pot. Medieval farming households were not wealthy by any standard the following centuries would apply, and the margin between sufficiency and difficulty was narrow enough that the question of how much grain to give the chickens was not a trivial one. Enough to keep them laying well. Not so much that the winter reserves were drawn down faster than they should be. The oxen, when your household participates in the shared ploughing arrangement, are tended with particular care. The ox is not a quick animal. It does not respond to urgency with any sense of obligation, but it is enormously powerful in heavy clay soil, capable of pulling the deep plough through ground that would stop a lighter animal entirely, and its endurance across a long working day made it the standard draught animal of the English Midlands for most of the medieval period. Walter of Henley, whose farming treatise written in the 13th century circulated among estate managers and occasionally filtered down into broader agricultural practice, advocated for attentive care of draught animals on straightforwardly practical grounds, noting that a well-fed and properly rested ox produced significantly more useful work than a neglected one. He was writing primarily for the managers of large manorial estates rather than for individual peasant households. But the observation was sound at every level of the farming economy. and people who depended on their animals for their livelihood did not need a treatise to grasp the principle. By the time the animals are settled, watered, and directed toward their morning purposes, an hour has passed, sometimes more. Your hands are damp from the milking and the water bucket. Your shoes have acquired a comprehensive account of the yard's morning conditions. Your stomach has been making its case with growing conviction for some time. The smell of something warm and dense drifts from the cottage doorway. Someone has been tending the pot since before you were fully awake, and the pottage is doing what pottage does when given time and heat and regular stirring. It's slowly becoming something worth walking toward. The agricultural land surrounding the medieval village was arranged in a pattern so distinctive that it is visible from the air even today, in the places where later centuries of farming did not disturb what the medieval period laid down. Long, gently curved strips ran across the open fields on all sides of the village, and these strips were the basic unit of agricultural life. Each one was roughly a furlong in length and a chain in width, dimensions that derived not from abstract measurement, but from the practical reality of how far a plough team could pull before turning. The slight curve of the strip, visible in the surviving ridge and furrow earthworks across the English Midlands, was a product of the way the plough team had to begin its arc well before reaching the end of the strip. Over generations, that repeated movement shaped the very ground beneath it. Each strip belonged to a different household. Their assignment had accumulated over generations, occasionally redistributed when holdings changed through inheritance or forfeiture, and regulated by the customs of the manor. The community remembered these assignments collectively and without written records. Everyone knew who farmed which strips, who had the right of way along which headland, and who had recently let their cattle onto the stubble field before the grain was properly cleared, which was the kind of infraction that the manor court took seriously, and neighbours noticed immediately. You walk out to the fields in the early morning with a tool in your hand and the day already being calculated in the back of your mind. The tool depends on the season, and the season dictates everything. It is spring, late March or early April. The air still carries a bite from the night, but it has a different quality than February's cold. February's cold was flat and final. This cold has something loose in it, something that suggests the ground is reconsidering its position. The first larks have returned from wherever they spent the winter, and they are singing from improbable heights above the field in a way that seems entirely excessive for this hour, but is characteristic of larks, which are not restrained birds. Ploughing is the great effort of spring. The heavy plough, a substantial assembly of iron blade, curved mouldboard and timber frame, was designed specifically to cut and turn the soil rather than simply scratch its surface, which was the approach of the lighter scratch plough used in thinner soils further south. In the heavy clay of the English Midlands, the turning plough required real power, and real power meant a team of oxen. 6 was common, 8 was not unusual. Very few individual households owned that many animals, and this is precisely why the plough team was assembled from the combined livestock of multiple households, with labour shared in proportion to the animals contributed. The arithmetic of cooperation was straightforward. No one could do it alone, so no one tried. 2 men typically worked the team together. One drove the oxen with a long goad, walking beside the animals and guiding their direction with the patience of someone who understands that you do not hurry an ox in any direction that has meaningful consequences. The other managed the plough itself, leaning into it on turns and using full body weight to maintain depth and angle through the resistance of unbroken earth. The smell of freshly turned soil is one of those sensory experiences that is almost impossible to describe usefully, but impossible to mistake. It has an earthen richness that is not quite a smell in the ordinary sense. It is more like the ground releasing something it has held closed all winter. Medieval farmers experienced this smell every spring, and they did not have words for the compounds involved, but they knew what it meant. It meant the season had changed. It meant the year's work had properly begun. The Luttrell Psalter, a richly illustrated manuscript produced in Lincolnshire around 1330, contains some of the most valuable images of medieval agricultural life that have survived. Among them are scenes of ploughing, sowing, harrowing and harvesting, depicted with a specificity and accuracy that suggests the artist was working from direct observation rather than from artistic convention. The people in these images are wearing real clothes and holding real tools and adopting the postures of people who actually do this work. They are not allegorical figures, they are farmers, and the artist who painted them clearly knew what farmers looked like and wanted to show it. After ploughing came harrowing. The harrow, a frame of iron or timber set with teeth or tines, was dragged across the turned soil to break up the large clods and create a surface fine enough for seeds to settle into. Harrowing required steadiness and attention more than physical strength, and the task was frequently managed by women or older children, driving the harrow animal back and forth across the ploughed strip in methodical passes that covered every inch. The harrow animal was sometimes a horse rather than an ox, because for this lighter work the horse's pace was acceptable, and its greater speed made the job move faster. Sowing was done entirely by hand. You walk the strip with a seed bag or a cloth gathered at the waist, casting grain in a broad arc with each step, the seeds scattering across the dark soil in a pattern that required years of practice to calibrate correctly. Too sparse, and the crop stood thin, too dense, and the plants competed with each other to mutual disadvantage. Medieval farmers learned what a good stand of grain looked like from childhood, watching their parents walk the strips, and the sowing arm developed its arc through repetition, until the motion became unconscious and the calibration lived in the shoulder rather than the mind. The gap between sowing and harvest was a season of watchful maintenance. The strips needed walking regularly as the grain grew taller. Corncockle grew among the wheat and was both beautiful and toxic, its seeds contaminating the flour, if not removed before threshing. Thistles establish themselves with the commitment of something that knows it is unwelcome and has decided not to let that affect its schedule. Cleavers wrapped themselves around your sleeves while you tried to pull them out, an experience that was both annoying and strangely personal. Weeding was considered women's and children's work in many accounts, which does not indicate it was less consequential, only that the category of consequential work in a medieval village was very large and needed a great many hands to manage it. Harvest was when everything became urgent. The grain had to be cut, gathered, bound and stored before rain, or wind could ruin it, and the window between ripeness and weather could be narrow enough that the entire village worked from first light to last. The scythe came down in long, low arcs that required both skill and stamina. Women and children followed behind the scytheman, gathering the cut stalks and binding them into sheaves, which were then stood up in conical stooks to dry in the field before being carted to the barn. The physical reality of harvest work was considerable. Barbara Hannawalt, examining the coroner's rolls of medieval England in her research on the lives of ordinary rural people, noticed that accidental death records followed the agricultural calendar in telling ways. Grain carts overturned on rutted field tracks. Scythe blades found legs in ways they should not have. Oxen kicked without warning and with total conviction. The harvest season that was the economic peak of the agricultural year was also, statistically, one of the most dangerous times for the people living through it. This was not a coincidence. It was the weight of the year's urgency compressing into a few weeks of full-body effort under time pressure that left no margin for caution. When the harvest was in and the threshing done, the stripped fields were opened to the village's animals for grazing on the stubble. The animals cropped what remained and returned something to the soil that the soil needed. The great cycle moved toward its close. You stood at the edge of your strip in late afternoon with the work done, your back carrying its own account of the day, and the light going gold across the stubble. The field looked different empty than it had full, quieter somehow. More honest about what it actually was when the year's effort was stripped away, and it was just ground again, waiting. The work of women in the medieval village was not a quieter or lesser thing than the work of the open fields. It occupied different spaces and answered to different rhythms, but it was constant, skilled and foundational in ways that left almost no margin for it going undone. because nothing that depended on it could wait for it to be done at a more convenient time. The morning for the woman of the household began before the morning began for everyone else. Not dramatically before, not in the depths of the night, but early enough that the fire was restarted and the pottage pot was already on before the children or the husband had entirely surfaced from sleep. Pottage was not assembled quickly. It was built up slowly over an hour or two of low heat and regular stirring, beginning as a simple mixture of water, dried peas or lentils, and whatever the garden and pantry currently offered, and developing over time into something thicker and more integrated. You added to it as the morning allowed. A handful of leeks from the cold corner, some dried herbs from the bundle hanging from the overhead beam, a piece of salt pork if the pantry ran to it. The pottage received everything the household could give and returned it as something the body needed after an hour in the cold yard. Medieval dietary history as reconstructed through the evidence of food remains found in excavations, analysis of estate accounts, and the occasionally surprising detail found in medical and monastic records suggests that the ordinary peasant diet was more nutritionally adequate than later writers assumed. The staples were bread, pottage, ale, and dairy, supplemented seasonally by vegetables from the kitchen garden, occasional fish, and meat in autumn when the surplus animals were slaughtered before winter. It was not a varied diet in the way later centuries would define variety, but it was a dense one, and the people who ate it were doing hard physical work, which meant they ate enough of it. While the pottage found its character on the hearth, there was dairy to manage. Cream from the previous evening's milking was ready for working into butter. The butter churn was a wooden vessel fitted with a plunge staff, and the process of converting cream into butter required steady, rhythmic effort over a period of time that seemed longer than it was, particularly on cold mornings when the cream moved reluctantly. Getting the temperature right was a matter of experience rather than any measuring instrument. Too cold and the cream refused to break into butter at all. Too warm and it went oily and strange and the morning felt wasted. Medieval dairy workers understood this through their hands and their accumulated seasons, and that understanding was more reliable than any written instruction could have been. Spinning was the other great constant of women's working hours. The drop spindle, a weighted stick that twirled on its own momentum while the spinner drafted wool from a prepared bundle called a roving, was a tool that travelled with its user throughout the day. You could spin while watching the pot. You could spin while sitting in the yard with one eye on the children. You could spin walking to the well and back, the spindle swinging at the end of its thread like a small determined planet in its own orbit. The medieval woman who was not spinning during her available moments was a woman who had already finished more than her share, which almost never happened. Over the course of a year, the thread produced on a single household's spindles could, when woven, clothe the family in cloth they had made from their own sheep, through their own labour, across every available spare hour of the preceding 12 months. This was not a small achievement. It was a supply chain managed entirely by hand, entirely by women, across the full arc of the year. Wool in medieval England was an industry operating at every level simultaneously. At the great estate level, it was an export commodity that funded kings and paid for stone buildings. At the village level, it was the raw material of household self-sufficiency. The sheep were shorn in spring, the wool cleaned and carded into rovings, the roving spun into thread, the thread woven on a horizontal loom where one existed in the household, or by arrangement with a neighbour. The resulting cloth was cut and sewn into the garments that went on everyone's backs in every season. This chain of production passed through many hands across many months, and its management was the work of women's knowledge. The kitchen garden was the woman's domain in a practical sense understood by everyone in the village. It sat behind the cottage, enclosed by a fence or hedge, and held the household supply of leeks, cabbages, onions, garlic, parsnips, turnips, peas, beans, and a working collection of culinary and medicinal herbs. Sage, thyme, tansy, feverfew and garlic each had purposes both culinary and medicinal, and the woman of the household was the primary keeper of this knowledge. medieval domestic medicine operated at the household level for most ordinary ailments, with herbal preparations that had accumulated over generations of observed use, and the kitchen garden was the pharmacy of the working family, tended by the person who knew best what each plant was for. Ale production was another cornerstone of women's domestic work, and it deserves the emphasis it rarely receives in popular accounts of medieval life. Ale was not an indulgence in a medieval village household. It was a dietary staple consumed at every meal by adults and children both, for the practical reason that the fermentation process made it considerably safer to drink than water, from sources of variable cleanliness, and because it contributed calories to a diet that needed them. Ale was brewed in batches using malted grain soaked and heated in water, then flavoured with whatever herbs the household preferred, since hops were not in widespread use in England until the 15th century. An alewife who brewed consistently good ale developed a reputation that had real economic value. She might sell small quantities to neighbours and travellers, working under the assize of ale, a royal regulation that set the price of ale in relation to the current price of grain, and required that measures be honest. A woman caught selling short measure or below standard ale at the manor court was fined, which made quality both a culinary and a legal matter simultaneously. The ale stake, a long pole pushed out from the house with a bush or bunch of leaves tied at its end, was the recognised signal that ale was available for sale inside, and a medieval person who knew to look for it could find a drink in almost any village on any day without needing to ask. The children of the household were not observers of this work. They were participants in it from an early age, because the household's labour needs were not small, and every capable hand made a contribution. Young children from around 5 or 6 years began with the lightest tasks. Bird scaring in the newly sown fields was classic early work. A child stationed in the middle of a sown strip with a wooden clapper or a stone in a sling, and general instructions to be consistently annoying, was performing a service of genuine economic importance, because a flock of rooks that went uncontested on a fresh planting could remove a remarkable quantity of seed grain in a single morning with professional efficiency. The child scarer was not a trivial figure in the agricultural calendar. Older children fetched water from the well, gathered firewood from the hedgerows and the common ground, herded geese along the lanes, and helped with the kitchen garden under adult supervision. They also participated in gleaning after the harvest, following behind the main cutting to pick up the individual stalks and fallen heads of grain that the scythemen left behind. Gleaning was a recognised right of the poor and of children across medieval England, drawn from deep biblical tradition and protected by custom, and the grain gathered through gleaning could make a meaningful contribution to a household's winter supply. Children learned by watching, and the watching was itself a form of apprenticeship that left no gaps. There were no instruction manuals for setting rennet in cheese, or reading the sky for the approach of rain, or knowing when a batch of ale had reached its peak and would decline from that point if not consumed. Knowledge of that kind lived in people who had it, and passed forward through observation and repetition, season by season, task by task, from older hands to watching younger ones, reliable as weather and just as old. The church bell regulated the medieval day with a precision that no other instrument of the period could match, and with an authority that no one questioned because it belonged to a framework larger than any individual preference. It rang for prime at first light, for terce at mid-morning, for sext at noon, for nonnas in the mid-afternoon, for vespers at dusk and compline at the close of the working day. These were the canonical hours of the monastic tradition, and they were carried out across the fields and the rooftops by a single bell in a stone tower, heard equally by the farmer in the furrow and the craftsman at his bench, and the child sent on an errand whose completion was expected before the next ring. The bell was not merely a timekeeper, it marked the architecture of the day. Meals happened near certain bells, certain tasks were understood to belong to the intervals between certain bells. A worker who heard the sex bell knew exactly where the day was and how much of it remained before the light would be gone and the work would have to stop. The day's most substantial meal happened somewhere between terce and sext in the late morning. It was not elaborate. Bread formed the anchor of it, alongside pottage, ale, and possibly a piece of hard cheese or a portion of salted fish or meat, depending on the season and the household's current provisions. Bread is worth considering with some care, because bread in the medieval village was not the simple domestic production it might appear to be. Most village households did not own an oven. Ovens were large structures, expensive to build from stone or brick, and enormously fuel-intensive to heat. They required a significant fire maintained for hours before the oven was ready to bake, and then they baked efficiently using stored heat. But the process of getting there demanded resources that a small cottage household could not easily justify. The village baker, or the manorial bakehouse where it existed, was where bread was made for the majority of the settlement. To get bread, you first needed flour, and flour came from the miller. You brought your grain to the mill in a sack, and the miller ground it and took a percentage of the resulting flour as his fee. This fee, called the multure, was set by custom and regulated by the manor, and it was the subject of persistent and enthusiastic complaint throughout medieval English history. Geoffrey Chaucer's miller in the Canterbury Tales is a large and dishonest man who puts his thumb on the scale when no one is looking, and this portrait drew laughter from medieval audiences precisely because it mapped onto a widely shared suspicion. Whether individual millers deserve the reputation in every instance is impossible to determine now, but the reputation was durable enough to survive several centuries of literature, which suggests it was drawing on something. The blacksmith held a different kind of community standing. The village forge was a permanent fixture, identifiable from some distance by its sound and its smoke, and the blacksmith who operated it made and repaired the iron components that the entire village depended on. Ploughshares wore down in contact with soil and needed resetting every season. Scythe blades developed cracks and needed replacing or careful repair. Gates needed hinges. Carts needed iron fittings at the axles and the wheel rims. The blacksmith's work touched every household in the village indirectly, which made the blacksmith's competence a matter of broad community interest, and his forge a place where information as well as iron moved through the village. Smithing was learned through years of apprenticeship because the knowledge required was both extensive and specific. The colour of iron heated to different temperatures indicated different working properties, and a smith who misread that colour could ruin a piece of work and waste material that had cost time and money to acquire. The hammer angle that drew metal out into a point was different from the angle that spread it flat and wide. The water quench that hardened a blade required exactly the right moment, and misjudging it by a heartbeat in either direction produced different results. This was knowledge that lived in the body as much as the mind, built through thousands of hours at the anvil until the judgment became instinct. The sound of the blacksmith's hammer on the anvil was one of the defining sounds of the medieval village during working hours, rhythmic and metallic and carrying through the settlement with a clarity that let you know from wherever you stood that the forge was active and the day's work was proceeding in at least one place. The carpenter built from wood what the blacksmith built from iron, and the two crafts overlapped in the construction of every tool and vehicle that the village used. Carts, ploughs, harrow frames, the furniture of cottages, the structure of outbuildings, the repair of roofs after storm damage. Medieval joinery relied not primarily on nails, which were expensive to produce and tended to work loose in wood subject to seasonal movement, but on mortise and tenon joints secured with wooden pegs, assembled with a precision that allowed the structure to flex through changes in humidity without splitting. A well-made cart from a skilled carpenter might last 20 years with proper maintenance, and the value of that durability in a household economy, where resources were carefully managed, was not a small thing. The tanner worked with the hides from slaughtered cattle, converting raw skin into leather through a process that was effective and notably unpleasant. Hides soaked in water, had their hair scraped away, and then spent weeks in pits of tannin-rich liquid drawn from oak bark, slowly transforming into the supple, durable material that supplied shoes, harness, belts, and water vessels. The smell produced by this process was specific enough in character that medieval towns sometimes required tanners to operate away from central streets, which was one of history's earlier applications of the principle that certain industries are better appreciated from a distance. The parish priest was a presence in the village's daily life that extended well beyond Sunday morning. He administered the sacraments that structured every significant transition of medieval existence, from baptism through marriage to last rites. He maintained the parish records, or was supposed to. He heard confession and assigned penance, and carried the authority of an institution that most medieval villages experienced as the primary framework through which life and death were understood. Medieval parish priests varied enormously in their learning and in their character. Some had attended cathedral schools and possessed genuine theological education. Others had received just enough instruction to say the Mass and perform the sacraments adequately. Their Latin functional but not fluent, their theological knowledge filled out by habit and long precedent. Many held glebe land, the agricultural parcel attached to the parish, which meant that the priest's morning might include the same animal care and field assessment as anyone else's before the duties specific to his role began. The priest who showed up at the manor court to defend his gleaning rights was a more common figure than later romantic accounts of the medieval clergy might suggest. The village church itself was usually the largest and most permanent building in the settlement, constructed of stone where stone was locally available, and it served not only as a place of worship but as the community's primary shared interior space. The building that brought everyone under the same roof on the same schedule with the same regularity. Things happened in and around churches that were not strictly religious. Markets were sometimes held in churchyards. Community meetings gathered there. Legal announcements were made from the church porch. It was the closest thing the medieval village had to a civic centre, and its bell, ringing the hours over the fields and lanes without interruption across the years, was the closest thing the village had to a clock that everyone shared equally. There was a structure sitting above the daily life of the medieval village that could not be ignored, though there were certainly moments when the people living within it might have wished otherwise. The manor was the organisational frame of rural England through most of the medieval period, and while its specific arrangements varied considerably from place to place and shifted across the centuries, its general shape was consistent enough to be recognisable wherever you went. A lord held the manor under grant from those above him in the chain of feudal tenure, and the people who farmed the manor's land owed him services and payments in various forms, some rendered in labour, some in kind, and some increasingly in coin, as the medieval economy developed its appetite for money. Labour service was the most tangible of these obligations. Villeins, those tenants who held land from the lord in unfree tenure, owed a set number of days of work on the lord's domain land each week. This varied by manor and by the specific terms of each villein's holding, but a common arrangement was 2 or 3 days per week of customary labour, supplemented by additional obligation called boon work at peak seasons, particularly harvest, when the demand for hands was greatest, and the lord's right to demand them was most firmly exercised. The mathematics of this arrangement were uncomfortable in the way that arrangements tend to be when they require you to give away something you need. Days spent working the lord's fields were days not available for working your own strips. When the agricultural calendar was full, when every available hour of daylight mattered to the outcome of your household's harvest, the obligation to give a substantial portion of your working week to someone else's land was a pressure that was felt practically and physically, and without the consolation of abstraction. Alongside labour service came a series of payments and dues that accumulated across a tenant's life at regular and irregular intervals. Heriot, the payment owed on the death of a tenant, was typically the household's best animal, which was a meaningful loss at a moment already made difficult by bereavement. Entry fines were charged when a new tenant took over a holding through inheritance or other transfer. Tallage was the lord's right to levy a tax on his villeins, though in practice it was often negotiated and resisted more successfully than the lord always appreciated. Mercia was a fee paid when a villein's daughter married, ostensibly a payment for the loss of her labour from the manor economy, though in practice it was also a mechanism for the lord to maintain some influence over the social arrangements of his dependent population. These dues were not arbitrary inventions. They were part of the legal and customary framework of manorial tenure, encoded in the customs of each manor and enforced through the manor court, which was the administrative apparatus through which all of it was managed and contested. The manor court met regularly, several times a year in most cases, presided over by the Lord Steward or bailiff in the Lord's name. Attendance was compulsory for villains, and the business conducted there was a mixture of formal legal matters and the ongoing regulation of agricultural community life, boundary disputes between neighbouring strips, complaints about animals that had broken into the wrong field, violations of the brewing assize, reports of roads left unrepaired by those responsible for maintaining them, and the regular cycle of property transfers, inheritance acknowledgements, and fresh presentations of obligation that kept the manor's administrative records current. The historians who have worked most closely with these records, scholars like Barbara Hannawalt, whose examination of manor court rolls alongside coroners' inquests and other administrative documents produced one of the most detailed pictures available of medieval English peasant life, have noted something that surprised earlier assumptions. Medieval villagers were not passive. They used the manor court as a forum to assert their own rights, to cite the customs of the manor in defence against new demands, and to hold their neighbours to the standards the community had established. The power within these courts was not entirely one-directional, and the records show people who understood the system well enough to work within it with some effect. Zvirazi's analysis of the Hailsound court rolls revealed a community with a detailed internal social life, family strategies, inheritance negotiations, and communal tensions operating according to their own logic within the framework the manor provided. The villains of Hailsound were not simply subjects of an authority imposed upon them, they were participants in it, and they participated with intelligence and persistence. Market day broke the routine of the agricultural week in a way that was both practical and genuinely welcome. The nearest market town might be 3 or 4 miles away, close enough to walk in a couple of hours, but far enough to feel like a different kind of world from the village. Market towns received their right to hold regular markets through royal charter, a grant that specified the day of the week, the kinds of goods that could be sold, and the tolls that could be charged. This regulation gave markets a semi-official character that made them reliable and predictable, which was precisely what traders and buyers needed in order to plan their week around the trip. You brought what surplus the household had produced through the week. Eggs gathered carefully and packed for the walk. A small quantity of butter wrapped in cloth. Vegetables from the kitchen garden that exceeded what the family needed before they went soft. A length of cloth if weaving had been productive. You walk through the early morning with your goods, and the road to the market was never entirely empty, because the same calculation had been made in every household in the village and several surrounding ones. The market itself was a sensory event unlike any other experience the week provided. Stalls arranged around a market cross or along a main street. The noise of livestock being assessed and argued over by buyers who had been doing this long enough to know exactly how much scepticism to perform. The voices of vendors announcing their goods with a persistence that did not take disinterest for an answer. The smell of fresh bread from a market baker drifting over the more complicated smell of the animal section. A wandering peddler with a tray of small goods, needles and pins and small lengths of ribbon, and the tiny items that a household was always in need of and never quite got around to acquiring on its own. An alewife with a bench outside her house, the traditional ale stake thrust from the window, with a bush tied at its end, selling cups of ale to market visitors who had walked far enough to have earned one. Salt was among the most important purchases the market offered. Medieval food preservation depended on it entirely, and salt did not grow in the English Midlands. It came from coastal saltworks on the east coast, and from the rock salt deposits of Cheshire, and it travelled inland through a chain of trade that included market towns as essential nodes along the way. The price of salt was not always consistent across the seasons, and the household that had salted its autumn meat supply adequately was considerably better placed for winter than the one that had not. Iron was another purchase, in small quantities, for the replacement of worn parts. Thread in a colour the household spinning did not produce. a clasp for a broken garment, a small pottery vessel to replace one cracked in the fire. These were not luxuries. They were the practical supplies of a functioning household acquired through the exchange of what it could produce for what it could not. Market day also moved information. Traders who travelled between markets carried news of conditions and events in the wider world. The price of grain at a regional market reflected the state of harvests you had not personally witnessed. The rumour of a new royal tax that was travelling ahead of its official announcement. The news that the weather in the northern counties had been poor this harvest, and supply would be tight. This information arrived in conversation at market stalls, at the alewife's bench, in the cluster of people waiting to have their goods weighed, and it was absorbed and carried back to the village by everyone who had made the walk. You walked home in the afternoon with lighter goods and a fuller head. The walk back was quieter than the walk there, the energy of the market replaced by the comfortable tiredness of a social day well used. The village appeared over the last rise in the road looking exactly as it always did, exactly as it should, and the sight of it was better for having been away from it all morning. Evening arrived in the medieval village the way water finds its level, gradually from all sides filling the available space without announcement or ceremony. The sun dropped behind the western field, and the colour went out of things in stages that were familiar enough to be comforting. The sky held its light longer than the ground, and for a time the village existed in a layered dusk, where the ridge of thatched rooftops still caught gold, while the lanes between them had already gone grey. The air changed temperature in a way you could feel on the back of your hands before you noticed it anywhere else. The animals were in. The cow was back from the common pasture and settled in her overnight place. The pig, having spent the day pursuing its own agenda across the yard and the nearby common ground, had been encouraged to return by a combination of grain and persistence that was not quite a negotiation but required something close to patience. The chickens were on their roost in the attached outbuilding, and the collective sound from the animal enclosure was settling into the comfortable background of creatures adjusting for the night. An occasional shift of weight, a low sound from the cow, the quiet reorganisation of chickens into their preferred sleeping arrangements, which changed every evening and were apparently never quite right by morning. The fire was the centre of everything now. In the medieval cottage, firelight was not accent lighting or atmosphere. It was the only light available to most households for most of the evening, and the family gathered in its radius not by preference but by necessity. Candles existed. They were made from tallow, which is rendered animal fat, and produced a light that was slightly yellower and considerably more assertive in smell than beeswax, and they were used sparingly because they cost something that was measured against other possible uses of the same resource. Firelight was free once the fire was going, and the family arranged itself around the hearth as the evening settled in around the cottage. Mending came out of the storage chest. A needle threaded in the last good light before dark made its way through a torn hem or a worn knee of a working tunic. A tool edge was drawn along a whetstone in the rhythmic and meditative way of something that required attention but not visual precision. Carding wool from the day's accumulated fleece, preparing it for the next morning's spinning, was work the hands could manage in dim light because the hands knew the task without needing to see it clearly. These were the tasks of the evening, quieter than the day's work, but no less necessary to the household's ongoing function. No one sat idle. Idleness in a medieval household was not a moral failing in the sense of being a character defect. It was a practical one, because everything that needed doing had not yet been done, and the winter would not be less cold for having spent autumn evenings in unproductive stillness. But the work of the evening was different in texture from the work of the day. The day demanded full physical deployment, movement, effort, attention to the clock of light. The evening asked for quieter industry, the kind that could happen alongside conversation, alongside listening, alongside the slow and entirely necessary activity of doing nothing particularly fast. Stories were told in the evenings. This was not incidental to the life of the household. It was part of it, as regular and as relied upon as the pottage and the fire. The oral tradition that sustained medieval communities was substantial, diverse, and taken seriously by the people who participated in it. Most of it did not survive in any recoverable form because oral traditions leave no paper trail that later centuries can follow, and the stories that were written down in the medieval period were often written by people with reasons to record something other than what village households actually said to each other by firelight, but from what does survive, from the romances that circulated in abbreviated and simplified forms, from the saints' lives told in parish contexts, from the folk song traditions that persisted long enough to be collected by later scholars, from the complaint literature that occasionally gives us glimpses of what ordinary people found funny. We know that medieval people were not unsophisticated as an audience. They had preferences. They appreciated narrative skill. They knew when a story was going somewhere worth going and when it was not, and they were not excessively polite about the difference. A traveller with good stories was welcomed at a hearth, a local figure with a genuine gift for telling, who could animate familiar material with timing that made the room lean forward and then laugh at exactly the right moment, was a valued presence at any gathering and remembered long afterward. The hearth circle, with its captured warmth and the way firelight concentrated attention by reducing everything beyond its reach to darkness, was exactly the environment in which a well-told story produced its full effect. Nothing outside the circle of light felt as real as what was inside it. This made the stories feel real too. Children fell asleep in the way that children do when they have genuinely spent themselves through a full day of outdoor work, and the warmth of the fire finally overtakes whatever plans they had for staying awake. They went sideways against each other, or against an adult knee, or simply straight down onto the pallet with the unself-conscious completeness of the truly exhausted, and the adults around them continued in lower voices, or in no voices at all, sharing the particular quiet of people who have known each other through enough seasons not to require constant speech. The last task of the evening was the banking of the fire. You built the coals up carefully, arranged them into a configuration that would hold heat without open flame through the night, and covered them with ash tamped into a dome that breathed slowly without burning. This was done with care because a fire that went out in January was a cold morning's problem requiring effort and time to solve. A fire that got out of hand overnight was a different kind of problem entirely, and in a village of timber frame and thatch structures standing close together, it was the kind of problem that could rapidly become the whole village's problem and be remembered in the community for a generation. The fire was banked. The cottage grew quieter. Outside, the darkness of a pre-industrial night was total, in a way that modern life rarely recreates. There was no glow on the horizon from a distant town, no residual light from street lamps reflecting off low cloud. The stars on a clear night were staggeringly present, the Milky Way visible as a physical structure in the sky, a broad and irregular band of light that medieval people understood within the cosmological framework they had been taught, and no less experienced as something remarkable. The planets moved against the fixed stars with a slowness that rewarded patience. The moon, when it rose, cast shadows sharp enough to navigate by. The night was not an absence of light so much as a different kind of visibility. In the village lanes, a dog moved in the darkness on its own business. The mill wheel turned slowly if the stream was running. The sound of the village at night was the sound of breathing and settled animals and the occasional creak of timber contracting in the cold. The historian Roger E. Kirch, whose research into historical sleep patterns drew from a wide range of textual evidence, including medieval documents, court records, and literary sources, argued that the pre-industrial pattern of sleep was not the single unbroken block that modern life pursues, but rather two separate periods with a quiet interval between them, known in the historical sources as a first sleep and a second sleep. In this interval, people prayed, or thought, or had quiet exchanges with whoever shared the bed, or simply lay in a state of relaxed wakefulness that arrived naturally when there was no artificial light suppressing the body's own rhythms. In that interval, lying in the warm dark of the cottage with the coals breathing under their ash, you might have let your mind move over the day without any urgency to get anywhere. Not large thoughts, not abstract ones. Thoughts calibrated exactly to the size of the life they were navigating. The strip that still needed attention before the weather changed its mind. The question of whether the youngest child's cough was the kind that resolved on its own, or the kind that needed the attention of whoever in the village held the relevant knowledge. The cheese in the cool corner of the storeroom, and how many more days it could wait before the question became rhetorical. The neighbour whose borrowed tool had not yet come back, and whether the time had come to say something, and how to say it without making the lane uncomfortable to walk down. These thoughts were not trivial. They were the exact thoughts the situation required. The field that was not prepared in time would not yield what it needed to yield. The child's health was the household's future. The cheese was a real resource. The tool was a real resource. These were not small concerns wearing domestic clothing. They were the practical substance of a life organised around what was real, immediate and consequential, and they deserved the attention they received. The medieval village was not a gentle place by every measure. It was cold in winter in ways that required endurance. Not performed endurance, but the sustained physical management of cold as a condition of life. It was hungry in the gap between late winter and first harvest, when stored provisions ran thin, and the kitchen garden had not yet produced anything worth eating. It was shortened by illness that had names but no reliable treatments, and by the accidents of agricultural work that had no safety net beneath them. And yet the historians who have read most carefully in the records of this world tend to resist the conclusion that it was simply grim. Christopher Dyer, whose long engagement with the material and documentary evidence of later medieval English rural life produced some of the most nuanced scholarship available on the subject, found a picture of people who were materially more comfortable than Victorian pity allowed for and more engaged with their world than Victorian condescension suggested. He found households with modest surpluses and good years, with access to markets, with furniture and occasional small luxuries, with communities that understood their rights clearly and were prepared to assert them clearly. He found children who grew up knowing their world in the intimate and thorough way that only physical proximity to land and labour and animal and season can produce. A kind of knowing that does not require explanation because it is not separated from the thing being known. The medieval village was a place where the rhythm of life was external and internal simultaneously. External in the bells that rang the hours, in the seasons that dictated the work, in the obligations that arrived from the manor on their regular schedule, and in the market day that came around weekly whether the household was ready or not, and internal in the body's response to all of that, in the way the farming calendar became the body's calendar, in the way a medieval villager knew from their own muscles and their own tiredness and their own hunger what time of year it was, what needed doing, and what could wait until tomorrow with no harm done. You lie in the dark now, in the cottage that holds its warmth like a hand that has been closed long enough to forget it is holding anything. The children are in the deep and uncomplicated sleep of people who have nothing left to give tonight. The fire breathes under its ash in the patient way of something that knows how to wait without complaint. The beams above you hold the accumulated smoke of many winters, dark and quiet, keeping the insects out. Outside, the village is completely still. The fields that you walk today are lying quiet in the dark, and they hold in their furrows and their ridgelines the work of this day and every day before it, pressed into the soil the way a decision that matters gets pressed into the mind, not loudly, not dramatically, but there, undeniably there. Your body knows what it did today. It carries the day in its muscles the way the fields carry the memory of rain, not as information, but as fact. Your hands are calloused from real use. Your back knows the exact topography of the strip you walked. Your ears still hold, somewhere underneath the silence, the echo of the bell that rang at noon across the common, steady and clear above the calling larks. The rhythm that organised this day is older than anyone in this village and older than the village itself. It goes back to the first time someone planted a seed and came back to find it had grown and decided that the coming back was worth the planting. Everything since then has been a version of that decision, made again and again in different soils and different climates and different centuries, but recognisably the same decision underneath all of it. You are part of that rhythm now. Let it carry you. The coals breathe, the stars turn above the thatch, and the second sleep comes in, quiet as morning, certain as harvest. Sleep well. Roughly 100,000 years ago, long before anyone had a word for winter, a human being picked up an animal skin and did something no other creature had attempted on purpose. They put it on. What followed that shivering instinctive act was one of the quietest and most consequential revolutions in the long history of being human. A story threaded through cold nights, bone needles, slow glaciers, and the persistent, deeply ordinary need to stay alive. In your head vividly, if you can, you're at the edge of a world that looks almost nothing like the one outside your window. The sky overhead is enormous in the way that skies only get when there is nothing taller than a person to interrupt them. The land stretches in every direction as pale grass and broken stone and low wind-pressed scrub. The trees exist, but they are scattered, lonely-looking things with no particular warmth to offer. The air coming off the open ground smells of minerals and distance, and it is, by any reasonable measure, very cold. Not cold the way your house gets when the heating fails overnight. This is the other kind. The kind that settles into rock and stays there across seasons. The kind that has been building for years, arriving a little earlier each autumn and releasing its grip a little later each spring, slowly shifting the world from something recognisable into something that needs new vocabulary to describe it. You are Homo sapiens, somewhere in the range of 90,000 to 100,000 years ago. The last glacial period is underway, not at its peak yet, but gathering itself with the patience of geological time. The glaciers are advancing in the higher latitudes, pressing southward slowly enough that no single person will watch them move, but fast enough that over the course of a human lifetime the land changes noticeably. Rivers freeze deeper, coastal wetlands dry and harden. The woolly mammals that adapted over millions of years to cold conditions move freely through a landscape that a creature designed for tropical warmth is beginning to find genuinely hostile. That creature is you. Your body is doing what bodies do when they are cold and have no coat. The tiny muscles attached to each hair follicle are contracting, pulling each hair upright in a reflex so old it predates the existence of your species by millions of years. On an animal with a proper coat, this creates a valuable layer of trapped warm air just above the skin. On you, whose ancestors shed most of their body hair somewhere around 1 to 2 million years ago when they were ranging across the warm savannas of Africa, and the reduction in insulation made metabolic sense. The effect is mostly cosmetic. You get goosebumps. The wind continues as before. Evolution, it should be noted, is not particularly good at anticipating future climate problems. It responds to current conditions and does not file plans for the next several 100,000 years. Your relatively hairless body was a solution to a problem that no longer entirely applies. The cold is a problem that has not yet been fully solved. The solution, when it comes, will not arrive from your biology. It will come from your hands and your mind and your capacity to look at a thing and imagine using it differently. The world during the last glacial period was not uniformly frozen. That is a common misconception, possibly because the words ice age do a lot of work that the actual climate did not always deserve. Large portions of Africa remained warm, portions of coastal Europe were navigable, and the edges of ice sheets created their own unusual microclimates. But the trend was clear and the direction consistent. Global average temperatures were somewhere between 6 and 10 degrees Celsius, lower than those of the present day, and in the northern latitudes the drop was more pronounced. The growing season, the window in which plants produced the food that supported the animals that supported you, was shorter. Resources were less dense across the landscape. The margin between enough and not enough was narrower than it would have been in a warmer world. In this context, the energy cost of keeping your body warm was not trivial. Shivering burns calories. Sustained cold requires sustained fuel. A group living close to the edge of its food supply in a cold landscape faced a compounding problem. The cold demanded more energy. The landscape shaped by the cold provided somewhat less of it. Anything that reduced the energy required for basic thermoregulation, that freed even a fraction of metabolic effort for movement and hunting, and the business of surviving was worth having. The draped hide on a cold night was not just comfort. It was calories not burned shivering. It was the margin that got someone through to spring. Near the fire that evening, an older member of your group is working an animal hide. The deer was brought in 5 days ago. The meat has been eaten, the bone split for the marrow inside, and now the hide, which has been scraped and dried and scraped again, is being worked back to softness with both hands, pulled across a smooth round stone in long, repetitive strokes. The motion is almost meditative. The person doing it has been doing it for decades, and their hands know the work the way hands know anything they have done 10,000 times. There is something satisfying about watching it, even from a distance. The rhythm of it, the way the material slowly surrenders its stiffness and becomes something you might actually want against your skin. You sit close enough to the fire that the heat reaches your face and chest, and the cold finds your back simultaneously, which is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. This is the permanent arithmetic of sitting around a fire without a covering, and you have been tired of it for a very long time. Some of the most remarkable evidence for when clothing became a consistent human practice comes from an unexpected source. Lice, head lice, the kind that inhabit scalps and hair, have lived on humans and our ancestors for millions of years. They are, in their own way, deeply committed to the relationship. But clothing lice, which live specifically in the fibres of fabric and fur rather than on the body itself, are a genetically distinct variety. Researchers studying the point at which clothing lice and head lice diverged from a common ancestor, using the rate of genetic mutation as a kind of biological clock, estimated that the split occurred somewhere between 83,000 and 170,000 years ago. That is a wide range. But the implication sits clearly in the middle of it. By the time clothing lice existed as a separate population, with their own specialised biology, clothing was already a regular enough feature of human life to sustain a parallel organism entirely dependent upon it. This is not, admittedly, the most glamorous origin story for fashion, but the lice do not lie, and they have been quietly telling this truth for a very long time. A separate line of genetic research focused on when humans lost their body hair, using mutation rates in pigmentation genes as an indicator, placed significant hair reduction at around 1.2 million years ago. The long gap between that event and the emergence of consistent clothing, somewhere in the range of 1 million years or more of reduced insulation without a textile replacement, suggests a species that managed through behavioural adaptations alone, staying close to fire, seeking rock shelters, moving toward warmer regions when cold periods intensified. These were workable strategies for a long time, but they had real limits. You could not carry the fire with you. The shelter stayed where it was. Only the hide, once wrapped around a body, went where the person needed to go. The behavioural adaptation was about to become material. The hide by the fire is nearly finished. The older hands have worked it to a softness that is almost surprising, something that bends and drapes and gives rather than resisting. Someone lifts it and holds it up against the firelight, and it glows faintly amber, thin where it has been worked the longest and slightly thicker at the edges where the scraping was less thorough. A child reaches out to touch the near corner of it, and the adult lets them, watching with the particular attention of someone who has already decided this child should learn. You reach out too, when no one is looking, and press your fingers into the surface. It is warm from the handling. It is not quite leather and not quite cloth. Beneath your palm, it is very soft. Something about that softness stays with you as the fire burns lower and the cold outside the ring of light does what the cold always does. The recognition that animal skins could be worn rather than simply used as bedding or ground cover may look obvious in retrospect. But obvious, in the context of early human cognition, earns its complexity The shift from lying on a skin to wearing one required a form of lateral thinking, the ability to look at a material and imagine it serving a purpose it has never served before. That capacity for repurposing, for imagining a thing differently than it currently exists, is one of the defining features of human intelligence, and that capacity, once turned toward the problem of staying warm, did not stop at the draped hide. It kept going. It looked at the hide and asked what would happen if it were shaped more carefully. It looked at the shaped hide and asked what would happen if two pieces of it were joined together. It looked at two joined pieces and asked whether the join could be made tighter, flatter, stronger. Every step in the long history of clothing came from the same restless, practical intelligence that looked at a cold night and an animal skin, and decided that the world as currently arranged was simply not acceptable, and something was going to have to change. It was, in a very real sense, the first step toward everything you will ever put on your body. The relationship between early humans and animal hides is considerably older than clothing. Long before anyone thought to wear a skin, hides had uses. They lined sleeping areas, holding the cold of the ground away from the body through the night. They were stretched across gaps in rock shelters, or tied between stakes to create windbreaks. They were bundled and knotted into rough containers for carrying things, folded around food or tools, or the small valuable objects a group might transport from one seasonal camp to another. The hide was, in the material culture of the Paleolithic, the kind of resource that early humans reached for across a wide range of problems. It was flexible and strong and durable, and it came, at the cost of considerable effort, from the large animals already being hunted for food. The economy of it made sense. Nothing from a successful hunt was wasted, and the hide was among the most versatile parts of any animal taken. But wearing is different from using in a way that deserves attention. Using a hide as bedding requires no shaping. You spread it flat and lie on it. Using it as a windbreak requires no more than a supported vertical surface. But wearing implies a more deliberate relationship between the material and the body. The hide must follow the body's shape, at least loosely. It must stay in place during movement. It must do its job without requiring both hands to manage it. The earliest worn garments were almost certainly draped rather than constructed. A large hide taken from an aurochs or a giant deer or a cave bear is heavy enough to fall in place around the shoulders and stay there with minimal assistance. A thorn pushed through both front edges holds the overlap closed. A narrow strip of leather tied around the outside keeps the whole arrangement from shifting during movement. None of this requires a needle. None of it requires thread. It requires observation, and the recognition that a material already present in the group's daily life could serve an additional purpose. You would not look elegant, but you would be noticeably warmer, and in the hierarchy of Ice Age priorities, elegant did not make the list. Anthropologists examining stone tools from sites across Africa, Europe and Asia have identified scrapers with wear patterns consistent with sustained hide working going back hundreds of thousands of years. The scraper is one of the oldest and most widely distributed stone tools in the entire archaeological record, and when one is found with the particular surface polish that comes from repeated pressure against organic material, the most likely candidate is animal hide. These tools appear long before the first needles, which means that for a very long stretch of human history, the knowledge of how to prepare a skin was well established while the ability to sew separate pieces together had not yet arrived. What these early tool makers had was a thorough understanding of the material. What they did not yet have was a grammar to connect separate pieces into a unified whole. The preparation of a hide is more involved than most people today would guess. A freshly removed skin is wet and heavy, and will begin to decompose within days if not treated. The first step, called fleshing, involves scraping away the layer of fat and connective tissue from the inner surface with a flat, sharp tool worked in short, deliberate strokes. A large hide from a red deer or something comparable might take the better part of a day to flesh properly. The scraper must reach every part of the surface without tearing the skin beneath it, which requires a feel for the material that only comes from practice. After fleshing, The hide is stretched and dried. Pegged out across the ground with wooden stakes or tied between branches, the skin pulls taut as the moisture leaves it. Left to dry completely without further treatment, the result is a rigid, hard sheet that would make reasonable roofing material and an extremely uncomfortable garment. The next stage, called brain tanning, addresses this problem. The brain of the slaughtered animal contains a natural emulsifying compound that is unusually effective at softening a dried hide. The brain matter is worked into the damp skin, and then the hide is stretched and flexed repeatedly as it dries, each movement pulling the fibres apart, breaking the rigidity down in a process that looks and feels almost like a sustained argument between the person and the material. The hide resists. You work it. The hide stiffens again. You work it again. Eventually something shifts, and the material begins to give in a way it did not before. The result, when done well, is soft and strong and surprisingly pleasant to handle. But it has one significant limitation. If it gets wet and then dries again without further treatment, the rigidity returns. In a world where rain, river crossings and wet snow are unavoidable features of daily life, this is a meaningful problem. Smoking solves it. Holding a finished hide over a low, smouldering fire for several hours allows smoke particles to penetrate the fibres, chemically altering them in a way that prevents re-stiffening after wetting. A smoked hide, wet and dried a dozen times, will remain as supple as the day it was finished. This is not a minor refinement. In practical terms, smoking is what separates a garment that can be worn through a full season from one that becomes unwearable after the first river crossing. Evidence for smoked hides appears at several Paleolithic sites, mostly through chemical analysis of surviving fragments and the configuration of certain hearths that suggest sustained low-temperature burning rather than cooking fires. The practice is consistent across cultures that maintained hide-working traditions into the historical period, from subarctic North America to Siberia to Scandinavia, suggesting that the discovery was made independently multiple times, or passed through cultural transmission across enormous spans of geography and time. The animals most frequently discussed in the archaeological literature of Ice Age clothing are reindeer, red deer, aurochs, and cave bear. Reindeer hide in particular has a structure that makes it a genuinely excellent insulating material. Each individual hair is hollow, creating tiny air-filled tubes that trap warmth with more efficiency than solid shafted fur. Reindeer migrated in large herds across wide territories, making them consistently accessible to nomadic groups across northern Eurasia. The combination of practical quality and sheer availability makes reindeer the logical central material in the clothing story of that region. Smaller animals contributed to the overall picture as well. Fox, rabbit and beaver skins, too small individually to cover a body, were likely stitched or tied together in multiples to create composite garments. This is where the limitation of the draped hide becomes clear, because a composite garment made from many small pieces falls apart unless those pieces are joined firmly. You cannot drape a patchwork. You need a way to attach one piece to another in a join that holds under daily use. It is worth pausing here to consider how much time went into a single prepared hide before it was even ready to be worn. The fleshing, the stretching, the tanning, the working and reworking, the smoking, the repeated assessment of whether the result was good enough to last a full winter. Researchers familiar with traditional hide-working practices estimate that a single large deer hide, properly prepared for garment use, represents something in the range of 10 to 20 hours of labour, assuming familiarity with the process and access to good tools. A composite garment made from multiple smaller skins would multiply that investment considerably. This was not casual production. It was skilled, sustained work of real importance to the people doing it. A poorly prepared hide that stiffened in the rain or cracked under repeated flexing was not just inconvenient. It was a material failure with direct consequences for warmth and protection. The person who understood hide preparation thoroughly was a valued member of any group, holding knowledge that could not be improvised in an emergency. and could not be replaced by someone less experienced. That knowledge was passed down, watched, practiced, corrected, and practiced again across years of learning. Before clothing could carry meaning, it had to be built, and building it, rather than merely draping it, waited on an invention so small it could be lost in a handful of dirt, and so consequential it would eventually change the shape of the human foot over thousands of years. The oldest sewing needles found so far in the archaeological record are roughly 50,000 years old. That number deserves a moment of genuine appreciation. 50,000 years ago, a person sat down with a sliver of bone and shaped it, entirely by hand, into an object precise enough to pass a thread through a hole no wider than a few millimeters. The needle found at Denisova Cave in Siberia, associated with the Denisovan population that occupied the site, is made from the leg bone of a large bird. It is approximately 7 centimeters long, roughly the length of a thumb from base to tip. The eye at one end is drilled with a fineness that is difficult to appreciate without holding the object, and photographs alone are enough to make clear that this is not a crude or approximate thing. This is the result of careful thought, steady hands, and skilled execution by firelight in a cave in Siberia 50,000 years ago. The bone selected for needle making needed specific properties. Not all bone is equally suitable. You want a tight, dense grain that holds its shape under the lateral stress of being pushed repeatedly through stiff hide. Bird bone, hollow but dense-walled for its weight, works well for smaller, finer needles. The long bones of deer or horse, split along the grain and work down to thin splinters, produce larger needles suited to heavier material. Ivory from mammoth or walrus tusk was used at some sites, particularly for needles that needed to combine strength with a slight flexibility that bone alone does not always provide. The initial shaping is done with abrasive stone. You hold the bone fragment against a flat, gritty surface and draw it in long, even strokes, wearing the material down gradually on each side until it narrows to the diameter you need. The point is formed last, usually, rubbing the tip against the stone at a consistent angle until it comes to a taper fine enough to enter material cleanly. Too blunt and the needle tears rather than pierces. The difference between a needle that works and one that does not is measured in millimeters at the tip, which means the error margin during shaping is approximately the width of a human hair. All of this, including the most demanding part of the process, is done without magnification and often by firelight. The eye is where the real skill lives. You are removing material from a location on the shaft that is already quite narrow, creating a hole while leaving the surrounding bone intact on all sides. The tool for this is a fine flint burin, a small pointed blade designed for boring and engraving, worked in tiny rotating strokes to gradually deepen the perforation without splitting the needle lengthwise. The work is slow. It demands a quality of focused patience that most people today, sitting in climate-controlled rooms with unlimited distractions available, would find genuinely surprising in themselves. Everything else must stop. Only the needle and the burin exist for a while. But the result is transformative in ways that extend far beyond the object itself. Before the needle, garments could be draped or laced. After the needle, they could be built. A sewn seam is fundamentally different from a tied one. It is flat. It holds tight along its entire length, without creating the gaps that wind finds and exploits. It does not loosen when wet and retighten in the wrong configuration when dry. A well-sewn seam connects two pieces of material into something that behaves under stress, as though it was always one piece. The fitted garment, possible only with sewn construction, is a specific technological achievement with significant thermal consequences. The gap between a draped hide and a fitted one is the gap between partial insulation and systematic insulation. A draped hide catches wind at the hem and allows cold air to circulate beneath it. A fitted garment with sewn sleeves and a closed front traps a stable layer of warm air against the body and holds it there. The difference in effective warmth between these two approaches in cold enough conditions is not a small one. Thread came from several sources, each with its own properties. Sinew, the tough connective tissue found along the back and in the legs of large mammals, was the most widely used. Split thin and dampened, sinew is flexible enough to be pushed through the eye of a needle and strong enough not to break under the tension of a tight stitch. As it dries inside the stitch, sinew contracts slightly, tightening the join in a way no plant fibre thread naturally does. This self-tightening property makes sinew-sewn seams more weatherproof than most alternatives, which is why sinew remained the preferred thread material in Arctic clothing cultures well into the period of historical documentation, long after plant fibres were available as an alternative. Human hair was used in some contexts. Thin strips of leather cut from the hide itself served as lacing in others. Plant fibre thread came later in the story, and in regions where suitable plants were available. The boot deserves specific attention, because foot covering is frequently overlooked in discussions of early clothing, but was arguably more immediately consequential for human movement than almost any other garment. Moving through Ice Age terrain without foot protection was a serious limitation on how far and how fast a group could travel. Rocky slopes abrade unprotected feet quickly. Frozen ground conducts cold into the body at the point of contact with startling efficiency. Stream crossings in near-zero water can cause dangerous temperature loss in the feet and lower legs within minutes. Evidence for early footwear is difficult to preserve since organic materials decay long before archaeologists arrive. But researchers examining skeletal remains from populations that used rigid footwear over long periods have found a consistent pattern of reduced robustness in the smaller toes. In barefoot or sandal-wearing populations, the smaller toes carry meaningful mechanical load during movement and develop bone density accordingly. In populations that wore enclosed, rigid footwear over many generations, the smaller toes are partially shielded from that load and show measurably reduced bone strength across the population. The human foot, across thousands of years of consistent shoe wearing, changed its shape in response to a technology. The needle made that possible because without sewn construction, the fitted enclosed boot could not be reliably made. The thread joining a leather upper to a sole is a remote but real ancestor of the slightly altered shape of your smallest toe. There is something vertiginous about following a consequence that far. A small hole drilled through a small piece of bone, multiplied across thousands of generations, reshaped the human skeleton. This is not the kind of consequence that fits neatly onto a museum placard. And yet the needle did something else beyond the physical. A sewn garment takes long enough to make that it becomes a project, something you begin on one day and return to across several. It is the kind of work that can be shared. One person cuts the panels while another prepares thread. A third person works the needle, while a fourth holds the material taut. The production of clothing, once it involved the needle, became a social act in a way that draping a hide was not. Communities made garments together, and the making was woven into daily life alongside everything else. Children watched and eventually participated. Young hands tried the needle first on rough, forgiving material where a misplaced stitch did not ruin the work. The skill transferred from one generation to the next, not through instruction in any formal sense, but through proximity and practice, the same way most essential knowledge moved in the Paleolithic. You sat beside someone who knew. You watched, you tried again. Clothing did not just keep humans warm, it moved them. This is the part of the story that tends to get lost in the more dramatic images of mammoth hunts and painted caves. We tend to think of clothing as a comfort technology, something that makes existing conditions more tolerable. But in the deep human past, clothing was also a mobility technology. It was the difference between a body that could sustain itself in a new environment and one that turned back before winter arrived. The human migration record of the Paleolithic is, among other things, a record of survival technology enabling geographic expansion. Modern humans appear in the fossil and archaeological record of Siberia at least 45,000 years ago, and some evidence pushes that date earlier depending on interpretation. These were not people who wandered a few hundred miles north of where their ancestors lived and found conditions pleasantly brisk. These were populations establishing occupation in some of the coldest regions on the planet, regions where winter temperatures drop to levels that are genuinely lethal to unprotected human biology within hours. They could not have done it without clothing, and the clothing they wore was not a single draped hide. The physics of staying warm in extreme cold are not complicated. The human body generates heat through metabolism, burning the energy from food to maintain its core temperature within a narrow range. When the surrounding air is very cold, the body loses heat to that air at a rate proportional to the temperature difference between inside and outside. In extreme conditions, the rate of heat loss far exceeds the body's capacity to generate replacement warmth, and core temperature begins to drop. When it drops far enough, the consequences are familiar, and none of them are good. Effective cold weather clothing addresses this by trapping a layer of air close to the body and preventing that layer from being replaced by cold air from outside. Still air is an excellent insulator. Moving air is not. The difference between a garment that creates a stable warm layer against the skin and one that allows convection to carry that warmth away is the difference between functional and dangerous in extreme conditions. This is why layering works, and why it was understood by Arctic populations thousands of years before any outdoor clothing brand invented a marketing name for it. An inner garment worn against the skin captures the warmth the body produces. An outer garment blocks wind and sheds precipitation. The space between them, when the fit allows for it, adds additional insulating dead air. The system is elegant in its simplicity and demanding in its execution, because getting it right requires materials and construction quality that took generations of iterative refinement to achieve. The Arctic clothing systems documented by anthropologists studying Inuit and Yupik peoples represent precisely this kind of accumulated knowledge. Cold weather garments in these traditions were routinely double layered, with the inner layer worn with the soft or fur side toward the body, and the outer layer worn with the fur or smooth side facing outward. The two layers were designed to be worn with a deliberate gap between them, rather than pressed tightly together, because the trapped air in that gap provides meaningful additional insulation beyond what either layer provides on its own. The outer garment was also designed with careful attention to moisture management. Moisture accumulation inside cold weather clothing reduces its insulating value rapidly. This is a problem that European polar explorers in the 19th century kept rediscovering, despite having access to centuries of accumulated advice from people who had already solved it. Traditional garments address this by allowing the wearer to loosen openings at the wrists and hem to vent warm, moist air before it condensed inside the garment. This is subtle thermal engineering, developed without instruments or testing equipment, refined through the particular kind of knowledge that comes from living with the consequences of getting it wrong. Hood design in Arctic clothing represents a level of thoughtfulness that rewards careful attention. The hood must protect the face from wind without completely blocking peripheral vision. In a landscape where large predators are a real concern and weather conditions can change direction quickly, the ability to turn your head and see what is beside and behind you matters considerably. Traditional hood designs solved this through a shaped brow that deflects wind while leaving peripheral vision largely unobstructed. The fur ruff, projecting around the face opening, creates a small zone of slightly warmer air in front of the face, reducing the shock of cold air on the sensitive skin around the eyes and nose without restricting sight. These are not improvised arrangements. They are the results of careful observation of how cold moves and how the body responds to it, developed over generations and passed down with the same seriousness as any other form of knowledge essential to survival. Early populations moving into colder latitudes did not arrive with fully developed cold weather clothing systems. They arrived with whatever technology they had, learned from what they encountered in the new environment, and modified their practices over time. The groups that survived in new cold environments were the ones whose clothing was good enough to sustain life through those first winters, and whose children could absorb that knowledge and refine it further. The terrain that expanding populations moved through created its own demands beyond temperature management. Dense woodland filled with undergrowth that catches and tears at unprotected skin. Rocky slopes that abrade knees and shins at every scramble. River crossings in water cold enough to cause sharp pain at the point of contact. Low-growing thorned vegetation that reaches exactly the height of a human leg, as though the landscape had a particular opinion about people crossing it without invitation. None of these features are immediately dangerous to a clothed person. All of them impose a cumulative cost on an unclothed one. A cut on a leg that becomes infected in a world without antibiotics is a substantially more serious problem than one that heals cleanly. Leather covering the shin, the knee, and the elbow, the surfaces most likely to connect with sharp rock or rough bark, is not armour in any dramatic sense. But it intercepts the minor injuries that, left to accumulate and occasionally infect, become the kind of major problems that remove people from their communities permanently. Footwear, as noted before, changed the biomechanics of the foot over generations, but it also changed the immediate arithmetic of a journey. A person with protected feet can move faster, farther, and with less pain than one without, and a group that can move faster and farther has access to more resources, more territory, and more options when conditions deteriorate. The competitive advantage of effective footwear across Ice Age populations was not marginal. Consider also the relationship between clothing and the supply chain of survival. A hunting group moving into new territory needed not just the clothing they were wearing, but the knowledge and materials to repair and replace it. The bone needle tucked into a pouch, the bundle of sinew thread, the scraper for working new hides taken along the way. These were not optional additions to the kit. They were as essential as the hunting weapons, because a group whose clothing failed in the middle of winter in unfamiliar territory had a problem that could not be solved by hunting skill alone. The maintenance of the clothing toolkit while travelling, keeping the repair tools accessible and usable, was its own form of discipline. It required someone in the group to track the state of the garments, to notice the seam beginning to pull apart before it failed entirely, to set aside the time for repair at the end of a long day rather than delaying until the problem became serious. This kind of preemptive attention to the material life of the group is a form of resource management that predates any formal concept of planning by a very long time. The first populations to establish themselves in northern Siberia, to cross the Beringian land bridge into North America, to push into the high mountain regions of Central Asia, were among the most adventurous travellers in the history of life on this planet. They went further and stayed longer in harder conditions than any primate before them. The clothing on their bodies was not incidental to that achievement. It was part of the mechanism by which it was possible at all. At some point, someone looked at a plant and had an idea that was genuinely not obvious. Plants do not look like fabric. They look like plants. They have stems and leaves and seed casings, and none of these components announce themselves as potential garments to the casual observer. And yet within many of them, running along the interior of their stems and beneath the outer layer of bark, there are long, strong fibres that can be separated from the surrounding material and twisted together into something that functions as thread. From thread you can weave. From weaving you get fabric. From fabric you get a class of garments entirely different from anything achievable with animal hide. The shift from hide to fibre is not a replacement. Both remained in use simultaneously for thousands of years, and both continue in use today in ways that reflect their genuinely distinct properties. But the addition of plant fibre to the clothing toolkit opened possibilities that hide alone could not offer, particularly in warmer climates and warmer seasons, where the advantages of animal skin become less relevant and its disadvantages more noticeable. The oldest direct physical evidence for plant fibre processing comes from Dzudzuana Cave in what is now the Republic of Georgia. Researchers found fragments of wild flax fibre there, the kind that grows without cultivation in that region, that had been deliberately twisted into cordage and thread. Some of the fibres were dyed, coloured with natural pigments in shades of pink, turquoise and violet. These fibres have been dated to somewhere between 30,000 and 36,000 years ago. 36,000 years ago, a person was dyeing plant fibre thread in colours that served no functional purpose. That deserves a moment of quiet appreciation. The flax plant produces fibres of unusual quality among wild fibre plants. The individual strands run along the interior of the stem in long parallel bundles, and when separated from the surrounding plant material, they have a natural strength and smoothness that makes them ideal for fine thread production. But accessing those fibres requires a process called retting, soaking the cut stems in water for an extended period, sometimes weeks, until the outer woody layer breaks down through a combination of moisture and microbial activity, releasing the inner fibres. Retting requires planning ahead in a way that is easy to underestimate. You must cut the plant at the right stage of growth. You must submerge it in water and leave it for a period determined by temperature and plant variety, checking it periodically, because under-retted fibre is difficult to separate and over-retted fibre loses its strength entirely. You must dry the retted stems carefully before beginning the mechanical separation of the fibres from the outer plant material. None of this can be improvised at the moment of need. Fibre production requires placing today's labour in service of a garment that does not yet exist. That is a specific kind of thinking, and it is not trivial. Once the fibres are separated and dried, they are combed to align the individual strands and remove shorter tangled ones. The resulting prepared fibre is then drawn and twisted into thread through spinning. Early spinning was done by hand with a drop spindle, a weighted stick that uses gravity and the momentum of its own rotation to draw and twist the fibre continuously as it falls away from the spinner's hand. It is a deeply rhythmic process. Experienced spinners maintain it for hours while carrying on conversation, or watching children or moving slowly along a path, the spindle falling and turning below a hand that moves almost without conscious direction. The resulting thread, depending on how tightly it is twisted and how many strands applied together, ranges from fine enough for close contact garments to heavy enough for outer coverings. Thread quality determines fabric quality, and the fineness of some thread impressions found at Paleolithic sites suggests a level of spinning skill that required years of daily practice to develop and years more to refine. Weaving as a technology appears to have grown from the older and more widely evidenced practices of basketry and map-making. The basic logic of weaving, passing a horizontal element over and under a series of vertical elements in a consistent pattern, is the same whether you're working with flexible branches or fine spun thread. The transition from coarse to fine simply required finer materials and some means of holding the vertical threads under consistent tension, while the horizontal ones were inserted. Early looms were sometimes no more than 2 stakes driven into the ground with threads stretched between them. The principle they embody was the same one that would eventually produce silk brocade and canvas and every woven fabric since. Hold one set of threads vertical, pass another set through them at right angles, alternating over and under in a pattern, and you get a surface that is stronger than either thread alone. Nettles, which most people today regard primarily as an inconvenience to ankles in summer, contain bast fibres in their stems that can be processed into thread of reasonable quality. Hemp has been used as a fibre plant across wide regions of Asia and Europe for a very long time, producing strong thread suitable for outer garments and carrying equipment. In tropical and subtropical regions, the fibres of palm leaves, banana stems and certain grasses have served similar purposes in the clothing traditions of populations without access to the animal hides of colder climates. Plant fibre cloth has properties that make it genuinely superior to hide in specific contexts. It is lighter, often considerably so. It tolerates washing without losing its structure or stiffening afterward. It breathes differently against the skin, allowing moisture to move through it more readily, which matters for comfort during physical activity in warm weather. In climates where the challenge is managing heat rather than conserving it, cloth is the better material in almost every practical sense. But cloth does not preserve well, and this fact more than any other gives the clothing story of the deep past its largest gaps. A piece of worked flint can survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the right conditions. A piece of woven linen, left unprotected in the ground, is gone in decades. What survives of early textile production is mostly the tools and the impressions, the fired clay objects at sites across Central Europe and Russia, bearing the marks of woven fibre pressed into them before firing, preserving in negative the structure of fabric that decayed long ago. Those impressions, some of them dating to 27,000 years ago, are extraordinary in their specificity. You can count the threads, you can see the weave structure, you can observe the direction of the twist in the spun fibre and make reasonable inferences about whether a right-handed or left-handed spinner produced it. Someone wove this cloth, pressed it into soft clay, the clay was fired, the cloth decayed, and tens of thousands of years later a researcher brushed the dirt from the surface and saw the imprint of work so careful and so skilled that it took a moment to register what they were actually looking at. The cloth is gone. The memory of it, pressed into fired earth, remains. What those impressions do not tell us, and what remains genuinely fascinating to think about, is how the knowledge of spinning and weaving moved through and between populations. Did groups that had developed fibre skills trade that knowledge with neighbouring groups who had not? Did people who intermarried between communities carry the technique with them, the way they carried their tools and their languages? The archaeological record suggests that fibre working knowledge spread widely and relatively rapidly once it was established, appearing across geographically separated sites in ways that are not easily explained by simultaneous independent invention. Knowledge travels with people. The person who knew how to spin was, in one sense, carrying that skill the way they carried a needle or a fire-starting kit. They were portable technology of the most fundamental kind, and the spread of textile production across the Paleolithic world reflects not just the appeal of the technology, but the mobility of the people who understood it. Clothing is rarely discussed as storage technology, but from very early on the garment was also a container, not in the way that a bag or a pot is a container, but in the subtler sense that everything worn on the body creates opportunities to hold things that would otherwise require a hand. A fold in a draped hide, a deep overlap at the front of a wrapped garment, a strip of leather tied around the waist that can support a hanging pouch. These are not sophisticated pockets in the modern sense, but they are the beginning of the same idea, which is that the body's covering can do more than cover. The distinction between carrying something in your hands and carrying it on your person is larger than it initially appears. Both hands-free changes what a moving person can do in the world in very direct ways. You can catch yourself on a branch when you stumble without putting something down first. You can pick up a useful object without the whole calculus of what to set aside. You can respond quickly to something unexpected, whether that unexpected thing is an opportunity or a threat, without the encumbrance of held objects. In a world where speed of response sometimes mattered a great deal, this was not a trivial advantage. For groups moving through terrain on foot for hours at a time, this was not an abstract consideration. A person who can walk for 6 hours while carrying tools, food, fire-starting materials, and medicinal supplies without using their hands is substantially more capable than one who cannot. The garment, as a carrier of these materials, multiplied what a single person could bring to any situation they encountered along the way. Belts appear in the archaeological record early, and their function as organising infrastructure is somewhat underappreciated in the broader story. A belt gives you a fixed point around the narrowest part of your torso where weight can be hung without requiring the garment above it to bear the load directly. The hips, anatomically designed to carry significant weight, are well suited to this arrangement. A belt-hung pouch on each side distributes weight symmetrically and keeps small tools and materials within easy reach of either hand without requiring any adjustment to the garment itself. The the variety of objects found in burial contexts, arranged in ways consistent with having been worn or carried in pouches and wraps that did not survive, is considerable. Flint tools small enough to work fine detail. Ochre pigment, sometimes in the form of a prepared piece wrapped in plant material. Pierced shells and animal teeth that show wear patterns consistent with having been strung or sewn onto something worn regularly. Shaped pieces of mineral with no obvious tool function that may have served as personal objects of significance. All of these needed to go somewhere when their owner was moving. None of them were heavy enough to justify a dedicated bag for each one. What makes sense is a collection of small pouches and folds organised into or onto the garment itself, each holding its specific contents in a location learned by muscle memory over years of daily use. The Iceman known as Otzi, found preserved in the glacier ice of the Alpine border between Austria and Italy in 1991 and dated to approximately 5,300 years ago, provides the clearest single picture available of how a late Neolithic person organised their carried equipment. Otzi is younger than the deep Paleolithic story told here, but his equipment is so complete and so well preserved that it rewards close attention as an illustration of how sophisticated the clothing as carrier system eventually became. Otzi wore a grass cloak over an outer coat constructed from panels of deer, goat, and bear hide stitched together with sinew. Beneath the coat he wore a leather loincloth and separate leather leggings. His boots were made from deer hide on the outside and bear hide on the sole, with a net of twisted grass inside serving as insulation and moisture management. His hat was bearskin. Every one of these garments represented hours of preparation and skilled construction. Together they represent a complete cold-weather clothing system, refined over many generations. What he carried was equally considered. A copper axe with a U-handle, a longbow of yew, unfinished but near completion, with arrows in various stages of readiness. A flint scraper, a drill, and a flint cutting flake. A bone tool for retouching blunted flint edges. A small kit including a bracket fungus with documented antibiotic properties, possibly used for wound treatment in the field, and sewn into his coat, positioned against his chest and protected from the exterior by the garment itself. A small pouch containing his fire-starting materials. Tinder fungus, which catches a spark more readily than almost any other natural material. Pieces of iron pyrite for striking those sparks. Several fragments of dried plant material whose specific identity researchers are still studying. Everything in that pouch was essential. Everything in it was vulnerable to moisture, and everything in it was exactly where it needed to be, close to the body, shielded from the elements by the garment itself, accessible within seconds without requiring Otzi to open a separate bag or set down whatever he was carrying. The coat with its sewn-in pouch was designed to hold that pouch. The pouch was sized for those specific items. The placement against the chest rather than at the hip or back reflected an understanding of access and protection that did not require any formal design education to develop. Someone had thought about this problem carefully and arrived at a solution that still makes sense 5,000 years later. Children's carrying arrangements in many traditional cultures include features specifically designed for portability on the parent's body. An infant carried on a parent's back or chest in a wrap or sling shares the parent's body heat across the shared surface, and is considerably warmer than one carried in arms alone. The infant is also more secure and less likely to be set down accidentally in terrain, where setting a child down carries real consequences. The design of infant carrying wraps reflects the same underlying logic as the pouch in Otzi's coat. You identify what needs to be kept close and protected, and you build the carrying solution into the garment rather than treating it as an afterthought. The history of the formal interior pocket in European clothing is, as a separate thread in this story, a tale with sharp edges. Pockets as internal compartments sewn directly into garments became standard for some people in the 17th century. The distribution of who had access to functional pocket space and who did not, and what that distribution revealed about assumptions regarding who needed to carry things independently, is its own long and pointed story. But the underlying need that pockets address is not 17th century at all. It is the same need that placed a fire kit against Otzi's chest 5,000 years ago, and the same need that prompted someone, 30 or 40,000 years before that, to fold a strip of hide into the front of a wrapped garment and place something irreplaceable inside it. The garment has always been more than a covering. From very early on, it was the infrastructure of a life lived in motion, keeping the essential things close to the body that needed them most. There is one more dimension of clothing as carrier that tends to be overlooked, which is the carrying of knowledge. The tools sewn into a garment or hung from a belt were not just objects. They were accumulated decisions about what mattered most, what a person needed to have available at all times, what could be retrieved from a cache, and what had to travel on the body. The garment in this sense was a record of how a person understood the world they moved through. A healer's pouch had different contents than a hunter's pouch, had different contents than a child's small bundle. The specific collection each person carried was a kind of autobiography written in stone and bone and dried plant material, legible to anyone in the group who knew what to look for. When a skilled person died, their garment and its contents sometimes passed to someone who could use the tools in it, the bone awl, the fire-starting kit, the pigment. These transfers were practical decisions with immediate consequences, but they were also, in a more subtle sense, a form of intellectual inheritance. The tools passed on because the knowledge of how to use them passed on alongside them, shared by the group and embodied in the objects themselves. Here is where something changes in the story. For tens of thousands of years, clothing was a response to physical problems. Cold, terrain, the need to carry things across distance. These were problems with clear parameters, and clothing addressed them with increasing sophistication as the technology improved. But at some point in that long development, warmth and protection became the floor rather than the ceiling. The garment began to carry something additional, something that cannot be measured in insulation value or tensile strength or carrying capacity. It began to carry meaning. The dyed flax fibres from Dudzuana Cave are the evidence that tends to stop people in their tracks when they first encounter it. 30 to 36,000 years ago, someone coloured plant fibre thread in pink, turquoise and violet. These colours did not appear by accident. The pigments used for each shade required specific materials and deliberate preparation. The person doing it knew what colour they were working toward and pursued it with intention. The colour does not keep you warm. It does not protect your knees from rock or your feet from cold ground. It does something else entirely. It makes the garment visible in a way that plain material is not. It makes it specific to a person or a group or an occasion. It places the garment, and by extension the person wearing it, in a category of things that matter beyond their immediate function. Ochre, the family of iron-rich mineral pigments ranging from pale yellow through deep red, has been found at human sites going back more than 300,000 years. At Blombos Cave in South Africa, archaeologists found evidence of ochre processing, the grinding and preparation of pigment into a usable colourant at around 100,000 years ago. Ochre was applied to bodies, mixed into adhesives, deposited in graves, and used to colour objects across an astonishing range of cultural contexts and time periods. The colour red, in particular, appears across diverse human societies in contexts that consistently suggest significance, extending well beyond simple decoration. Whether ochre was applied to skin or to garments in the earliest instances is difficult to determine. A hide worn against a painted body picks up pigment from the skin beneath it. Pigment applied to the outer surface of a garment transfers back to the skin through wear. The boundary between body painting and garment decoration is, in the deep past, not always a clean line. What is clear is that both practices appear very early in the human record and both reflect the same underlying impulse. The body, natural and unmarked, is a surface that invites modification. The modification communicates something. What it communicates depends on the culture, the context, the individual. But the impulse to use the outer self to express something about the inner one, or about the group one belongs to, is persistent across every human society that has ever been studied. Pierced shells and animal teeth found at sites across Africa, the Middle East and Europe provide another line of evidence for early decorative practice. The oldest known deliberately pierced shell beads, found at sites in Morocco and South Africa, date to more than 100,000 years ago. A pierced shell does nothing useful on its own. It cannot cut, scrape or carry anything, but it can be strung and worn, placed on a body where it moves and catches light and announces its presence to anyone within sight. When beads of this kind were sewn onto garments rather than strung as separate necklaces, they became part of a surface covering a large area of the body. A large decorated surface is visible at greater distance than a single neck piece, and the pattern of bead placement across that surface could communicate things that a random scattering of the same objects could not. Archaeological evidence from several Paleolithic sites shows bead distributions consistent with planned visual arrangements across garment surfaces, suggesting that the garment itself was already being understood as a medium for expression. The Sungir burial site near the city of Vladimir in Russia, dated to approximately 34,000 years ago, provides the most striking available evidence for the sophistication of Paleolithic garment decoration. The individuals interred at Sungir were buried with extraordinary quantities of mammoth ivory beads, not hundreds, thousands. One adult was buried with approximately 3,400 beads sewn onto their garments. Two children buried together at the site had an estimated 10,000 beads between them, positioned in patterns consistent with a decorated hood, shirt, trousers and moccasins. The labour involved in producing those beads alone requires a moment of genuine reckoning. Experimental archaeology, the practice of making replicas of ancient objects using period-appropriate tools and methods, suggests that carving and drilling a single mammoth ivory bead takes somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour under optimal conditions. 10,000 beads would represent something in the range of 7,500 to 10,000 hours of cumulative work. These garments were not made quickly. They were not made by one person. They were made by a community over an extended period of time, and they were buried with the people who wore them, which suggests that the garments and their wearers were understood as connected in a way that extended beyond the practical. Seasonal clothing, garments made specifically for summer or winter use, implies a relationship with time that is distinctly human in its cognitive structure. Animals respond to seasonal temperature change through biological processes, growing thicker coats when cold approaches and shedding them in warmth. A human selecting a lighter garment in anticipation of summer, or beginning a winter garment in the weeks before cold arrives, is doing something cognitively different. They are holding a future condition in mind during a present one, and taking action based on that projection. This capacity, the ability to anticipate a state that does not yet exist, and invest present effort in preparing for it, is one of the features most consistently identified as distinctively human. Planning, in the proper sense of the word, requires it, and clothing requires planning in this sense almost by necessity. A winter garment takes time to make. The hide must be prepared, the sinews split, the needle sharp. If you begin making it when winter arrives, you're already cold. That arithmetic is simple. Acting on it requires holding the idea of cold in mind during the warmth of late summer, which is a more demanding cognitive task than it sounds from the inside. Seasonal clothing also implies storage, because you must keep the garments you're not currently wearing somewhere safe and dry, and accessible for when conditions change. This creates additional layers of material life, containers, designated locations, traditions around when to switch from one set of garments to another that eventually become embedded in cultural practice. Some researchers see in these practices the early roots of seasonal calendars. You know winter is coming not because you have observed the stars, but because your garments need to be ready. The group identity function of clothing appears early and persists. Different populations, even those living relatively close to each other geographically, develop distinct approaches to garment construction. decoration, and material choice. These differences were not always explained by local resource availability alone. They were also choices, ways of marking a community as itself and distinguishing its members from those of neighbouring groups. This marking function could be as subtle as the specific pattern of beads on a garment, or the particular dye used to colour a border. From the outside, it made identification possible at a distance, which could be useful information in a world where knowing quickly whether an approaching figure was kin or stranger had immediate practical weight. From the inside, wearing the garments of your group was a daily act of belonging, a physical experience of membership that did not require language or ceremony to reinforce it. You put it on. The belonging was part of what you put on. Children learning to dress in the manner of their group were learning, among other things, where they belonged and who their people were. The garment was teaching in a form that did not announce itself as teaching. It was tradition made tangible, wrapped around a young body each morning until the patterns and materials and methods became part of the person wearing them. Within those cultural frameworks, individual expression was present from early on. The particular placement of an ornament, the choice of one pigment over another when both were available, the way a wrap was knotted or a fastening arranged. These individual variations are the human habit of personalising within a shared language, making the common thing slightly and specifically one's own. It is also worth noting that clothing, across cultures and time periods, has rarely been only about the living. The practice of burying people in their garments, or with their clothing-related tools, appears very early and very widely. The Sungir burials are among the most dramatic examples, but they are far from isolated. Grave goods that include hide-working tools, needles, pigments and beads are found at sites across the human range from at least 30,000 years ago onward. The garment, it seems, was understood as belonging to the person who wore it in a way that extended beyond their death. This is a form of recognition, an acknowledgement that the things a person wore were not just materials, but expressions of who they were, connected to their identity in ways that made it wrong or incomplete to separate them at the moment of burial. Whether this reflects belief in an afterlife, a sense of personal property, or simply the practical recognition that a garment well fitted to one person would fit no one else, quite the same way is impossible to determine from the outside. Probably all of these were true at different times for different people. The impulse to dress the dead is ancient, and it speaks to the weight that clothing carried, not just on the body but in the mind. The care taken with clothing in the deep human past says something about how these objects were valued. The bone needles found at Paleolithic sites show patterns of resharpening that indicate extended use over long periods. A needle resharpened many times, worn down toward its eye through years of work, was a valued object maintained carefully rather than discarded when it showed wear. The hides that survive in exceptional preservation conditions frequently show patches and repairs, places where a tear was sewn closed rather than the garment abandoned. These were not disposable items. They were maintained across time, repaired when damaged, and passed down to others when their original owners no longer needed them. The hours that went into making them justified the hours that went into keeping them whole. There is something in those repaired seams that is easy to miss if you are not looking for it. The decision to repair rather than discard is an investment in the future. You are sewing a hide back together because you believe it has more use left in it, because the effort of the repair is worth the continued life of the object. That belief, the belief in an object's future value, is its own form of commitment to tomorrow. You do not repair things you expect to throw away. You repair things you intend to keep. You are, right now, at the far end of this story. Everything you put on your body today, whatever thought you gave it or chose not to give it, is the current expression of a practice that has been continuous for at least 100,000 years, and very probably longer. Every pocket, every seam, every choice of material or colour or weight or style has a lineage that reaches back through tens of thousands of winters to cold nights and scraped hides, and the slow, patient recognition that the world outside the body is something that can be negotiated with if you dress for it carefully enough. The bone needle is still in there somewhere. You just cannot see it anymore. Sleep well. You earned that warmth the long way, and there you have it, my hide scrapers. 100,000 years of staying warm, staying covered, and slowly, without any grand announcement, turning a survival instinct into something that tells the world who you are before you say a single word. If tonight's wander through bone needles, smoked hides, ancient dye pots, and the surprisingly consequential history of the pocket left you feeling a little more connected to the long, patient story of being human, consider dropping a comment about which part surprised you most. The lice research tends to get a strong reaction. It earns it. If stories like this one bring you back at the end of your day, a gentle subscription costs nothing and helps more of them find their way to people who need a good reason to close their eyes. Sleep well. The world has been trying to keep you warm for a very long time, and for tonight at least, it appears to be working. Picture a quiet shoreline at the very end of the day, when the tide has pulled back and left behind a string of still glassy pools. Somewhere in those pools, and in the dark water beyond them, drifts a creature that has barely changed in 500 million years, an animal with no bones, no blood and no brain, that has somehow outlasted almost everything else that has ever lived. Tonight, you are going to drift alongside it, back through the long, slow story of how the jellyfish came to be so beautifully, deliberately simple. There is no sand beneath your feet, only a soft, silty floor that gives gently with each step, the way a wet sponge would. The water above you is shallow and warm, lit by a sun that filters down through a faint green haze, the colour of minerals that have not yet settled out of a very young ocean. If you listened for birdsong, you would hear nothing, because birds will not exist for hundreds of millions of years. If you looked for fish, you would find none, because backbones have not been invented yet. This is Earth, but an early, half-finished version of it. Somewhere in a stretch of time geologists call the late Precambrian, sliding into the Cambrian period that followed. And yet the water is not empty. Something is moving through it. Not swimming exactly, more like breathing. A slow open and close, a soft pulse that pushes the creature forward a few inches at a time before it settles back into drifting. It is small, translucent, shaped like a folded umbrella with trailing threads beneath it. It has no eyes that you would recognise as eyes. It has no face. And yet it is, in every meaningful sense, alive and hunting, waiting for something smaller than itself to drift within reach of those threads. Around it, the rest of this ancient sea is busy in its own quiet way, even without the bustle we usually associate with ocean life. Mats of simple algae, carpet patches of the shallow seafloor, releasing thin streams of bubbles whenever the water grows still enough to notice. Tiny, hard-shelled creatures, distant ancestors of crabs and shrimp, scuttle along the silt in search of whatever scraps drift down from above. There is a particular kind of hush to this entire scene. Not silence exactly, since water carries its own constant low hum of movement, but a hush in the sense that nothing here is in any particular hurry. Time itself seems to move differently in a world with no clocks, no calendars, and nothing watching the horizon for anything in particular. This is one of the very first jellyfish, or something so close to a jellyfish that the difference barely matters. And the strange thing, the thing that tends to surprise people the first time they hear it, is that this creature floating in a sea 500 million years old is built almost exactly the same way as the jellyfish stinging tourists off a beach in Florida this very summer. While nearly every other branch of the animal kingdom spent those 500 million years growing skeletons, brains, lungs, and increasingly elaborate body plans, the jellyfish largely looked at all that complexity and declined the invitation. To understand why, You have to go back to the family this creature belongs to, a group of animals called the cnidarians, named for the Greek word for nettle, a nod to their stinging touch. Cnidarians are an old and surprisingly varied family. Sea anemones are cnidarians, anchored to rocks like flowers that happen to be carnivorous. Corals are cnidarians, tiny anemone-like animals that build entire reef cities out of their own skeletons. Hydroids are cnidarians too, often so small and feathery. They look more like underwater moss than animals. And jellyfish, both the gently pulsing moon jellies you might have seen in an aquarium, and the more dangerous box jellyfish found in warmer coastal waters, are cnidarians as well. What unites this entire family is not appearance, since a brain coral and a jellyfish look almost nothing alike, but a shared ancient blueprint. All cnidarians build their bodies around a central point rather than a front and back end. All of them carry the same unusual weapon, microscopic stinging cells found nowhere else in the animal kingdom, and all of them trace back to a common ancestor that was swimming, or drifting, in those Precambrian seas long before anything we would call a proper animal had figured out how to grow a spine. Finding proof of that ancestor is not easy. Jellyfish have no bones, no shells, no hard parts of any kind to leave behind as fossils. A dinosaur can leave a skeleton in the ground for 80 million years and still be dug up intact. A jellyfish, by contrast, is roughly 95% water held together by little more than a thin skin and a layer of jelly. Normally when something like that dies, it disappears within days, leaving nothing behind but a faint, fading outline in the mud, if that. And yet, against all odds, a handful of those faint outlines survived. In rock formations across the world, from the deserts of South Australia to quarries in the American Midwest, paleontologists have found extraordinarily rare fossil impressions of jellyfish bodies, sometimes preserved because a sudden storm buried them quickly in fine sediment before they could rot away, sometimes preserved because of unusual chemistry in the mud that hardened around them like a plaster cast. Researchers cataloguing invertebrate fossils for institutions like the Smithsonian's Natural History collections have spent careers piecing together what these impressions tell us, and what they tell us is remarkable. The basic jellyfish shape, a bell, a fringe of tentacles, a soft body built around a central mouth, was already fully formed more than 500 million years ago, before trilobites, before sharks, before trees, before almost anything else you could name. Some of the very oldest fossil beds, dating back to a stretch of time known as the Ediacaran period, roughly 570 million years ago, preserve an entire community of strange, soft-bodied creatures that lived before the cnidarians as we know them fully took shape. Ribbed, frond-like forms and quilted, leaf-shaped impressions that look almost nothing like any animal alive today. Most of those Ediacaran experiments did not survive into the following era. They simply vanished, replaced by newer body plans as the so-called Cambrian explosion brought a sudden, rapid diversification of animal life across the ocean floor. The cnidarian lineage, by contrast, was one of the rare survivors of that transition, threading its way quietly through one of the most dramatic reshufflings of life the planet has ever experienced, and emerging on the other side largely unchanged. Think about what that means for a moment, slowly, the way you might turn an unfamiliar shell over in your hand. Every other lineage of complex life on this planet has been busy. Fish evolved jaws, then bones, then lungs, then legs. Some of those four-legged, lung-breathing descendants eventually climbed back into the ocean and became whales. Insects evolved wings, exoskeletons, complex eyes built from thousands of tiny lenses. Mammals evolved warm blood, fur, and brains so elaborate they can sit on a couch at the end of a long day and wonder, mostly out of idle curiosity, why a jellyfish never bothered to evolve a brain at all. And the jellyfish, through all of that frantic 500 million year arms race of horns, claws, venom, speed and intelligence, simply kept doing what it had always done. Pulse, drift, sting, repeat. It did not get left behind by evolution. It was never trying to win the same race as everyone else. There is a particular kind of stillness in imagining that ancient sea, knowing that something built almost exactly like a jellyfish was already there, already content, long before the rest of the animal kingdom worked up the energy to get complicated. It survived the rise of fish. It survived the rise of reptiles. It would later survive, almost untouched, the asteroid that ended the age of dinosaurs, an event you will hear more about later tonight. While continents drifted apart and oceans rose and fell across hundreds of millions of years, the jellyfish kept its same unhurried rhythm, the same soft pulse of a bell opening and closing in water that has, in a sense, never really stopped being that same ancient sea. You can let that thought settle for a moment, the way silt settles back to the ocean floor once the water stills. Because what comes next is the part that tends to surprise people most. It is not simply that the jellyfish stayed the same while everything else changed. It is that staying simple may have been, in its own quiet way, one of the most successful strategies in the entire history of life on Earth. And to understand how something with no brain, no bones, no heart, and no blood could possibly outsurvive nearly every species, more complicated than it, you first have to understand exactly what a jellyfish's body is made of, and just how strange, and how strangely elegant that body really is. If you could hold a jellyfish gently in cupped hands, without it stinging you, and without it slipping straight through your fingers, the first thing you would notice is how little is actually there. Most animals are built around some kind of frame. You have a skeleton holding your shape together, the way a tent holds its shape around aluminum poles. Take the poles away and the tent collapses into a heap of fabric. A jellyfish has no poles at all. Instead, its entire structure depends on a thick, clear, jelly-like substance called mesoglea, sandwiched between two very thin layers of cells, an outer layer called the epidermis, and an inner layer called the gastrodermis. That word mesoglea simply means middle jelly, and it is a remarkably accurate name. This jelly layer is mostly water, held in a loose mesh of proteins, giving the animal just enough shape to hold a bell, just enough firmness to push against when it pulses, while still being soft enough to fold, stretch, and squeeze through gaps a rigid animal never could. The result is a body that is, depending on the species, somewhere between 94 and 98% water. A moon jellyfish drifting near the surface of a calm bay is, in the most literal sense, barely more than seawater wearing a faint outline. If you let one rest gently in your palm, you're not really holding an animal so much as holding a slightly more organised patch of ocean. This is worth pausing on, because it explains so much of what comes later in this story. A body made almost entirely of water needs almost none of the equipment land animals, and most fish rely on. There's no need for a rigid skeleton, because water does not require support the way muscle and organs piled on top of bone would. There is no need for thick, heavy tissue, because thick tissue is expensive to build and expensive to maintain. Every additional gram of solid material an animal carries has to be fed, repaired, and hauled around for its entire life. The jellyfish simply opted out of that cost almost entirely, and built a body that is, in effect, mostly free. Now look at the shape of that body, because the shape is just as unusual as what it's made of. Most animals you can picture right now, a dog, a sparrow, even your own reflection in a dark window, are built with what biologists call bilateral symmetry. There is a clear front and a clear back, a left side and a right side that roughly mirror each other, a head at one end and usually some kind of tail or rear at the other. This arrangement makes excellent sense for an animal that moves purposefully in one direction, chasing prey or fleeing predators, because it lets sensory organs cluster at the front where the animal is heading, ready to detect what lies ahead before the rest of the body arrives. A jellyfish has almost none of that. Its body is arranged in what is called radial symmetry, organised around a single central point rather than a front and back. Imagine a wheel, with spokes radiating outward in every direction from the hub, repeating in a pattern, often in multiples of 4. There is no front, there is no back, there is no left or right that means anything. A jellyfish is, in a very real sense, facing every direction at once and facing no direction in particular. This arrangement seems strange to us only because we are bilateral creatures ourselves, built to chase, to flee, to face the world from a particular angle. But radial symmetry is not a lesser design, simply a different answer to a different question. A jellyfish does not need to chase anything. It drifts through open water in 3 dimensions, prey and predators potentially approaching from above, below, or any side at once, and a body with no fixed front end is, for that particular way of living, remarkably well suited. Every direction is already covered. There is no blind side to defend, because there is no side at all in the way we usually mean it. Consider for a moment how differently a bilateral animal and a radial animal experience the same open patch of ocean. A fish swimming through that water is committed in a sense to whichever direction its head happens to be pointing, relying on eyes and sensory organs clustered at one end to warn it of anything approaching from ahead, while a threat creeping in from directly behind might go unnoticed until far too late. A jellyfish, built with sensory structures spaced evenly around its entire rim rather than gathered at one end, has no such blind spot built into its basic anatomy. It is, in a strange and quietly elegant way, an animal designed from the very beginning to live somewhere with no upcurrent or downstream, no obvious direction of travel at all, only an endless 3-dimensional volume of water surrounding it on every side at once. Beneath that radial symmetry and that watery jelly layer lies perhaps the most startling absence of all. A jellyfish has no heart, it has no blood, it has no lungs, no kidneys, and nothing resembling the dense interconnected organ systems that keep a mammal alive. There is no network of blood vessels carrying oxygen from lungs to muscle, because there are no lungs and there is no blood to carry anything in the first place. Instead, a jellyfish breathes the way a sheet of wet paper might, if a sheet of wet paper were alive. Its body wall is so thin, often only 2 cells deep, that oxygen from the surrounding seawater simply slips directly into its tissue through a process called diffusion, moving naturally from an area where it is plentiful, the open ocean, into an area where it is scarce, the jellyfish's own cells. No pump is required. No vessels are required. The ocean itself does the work that a heart and lungs would otherwise have to do, which means the jellyfish never had to evolve a heart and lungs at all. This same trick of relying on thinness rather than machinery extends to nearly every system you might expect a jellyfish to need. Waste products simply diffuse back outward across that same thin body wall into the surrounding water with no kidneys required to filter anything first. Carbon dioxide leaves the body the same way oxygen entered it, passing quietly through tissue barely thicker than a coat of wet paint. None of this would work for a larger, denser animal, since diffusion only moves efficiently across very short distances, which is precisely why a jellyfish's body stays thin and spread out rather than compact and dense. The entire architecture of the animal, flat, broad, and only a couple of cells deep in most places, exists specifically to keep every part of its body close enough to open water that nothing internal ever needs its own dedicated delivery system. The same goes for feeding. A jellyfish has a single opening that serves as both mouth and exit, usually positioned at the centre of the underside of its bell, leading into a simple gut cavity that branches out toward the edges of the body. Food goes in one end, nutrients are absorbed along the way, and whatever is left comes back out the very same opening it went in. There is no separate stomach, no intestines coiled in neat loops, no second exit at the opposite end of the body. It is, by the standards of more elaborate animals, an almost embarrassingly simple system, and yet it works perfectly well, has worked perfectly well for 500 million years, and asks for almost nothing in return. There is something almost soothing in realising how little a jellyfish actually needs to stay alive. No heartbeat to maintain, no blood pressure to monitor, no lungs working in a steady rhythm through the night. Just a thin, translucent body, mostly water, gently exchanging what it needs directly with the sea around it, the way a sponge left out overnight will quietly absorb the dampness of the air without any effort at all. It would be easy to look at all of this, the missing bones, the missing blood, the missing heart, and assume the jellyfish is simply an unfinished animal, a rough early draft that evolution never got around to polishing. That assumption, as tempting as it feels, turns out to be almost exactly backward. A body with no skeleton, no blood, and no centralised organs is not unfinished. It is, in its own way, remarkably efficient, stripped down to only the parts that are strictly necessary, the same way a well-packed suitcase carries everything you actually need for a trip and nothing you do not. Evolution did not fail to give the jellyfish a brain, a heart, or bones. Over 500 million years, across uncountable generations, it simply never found a good enough reason to. And nowhere is that more obvious or more genuinely strange to consider than in the one organ most of us assume every animal absolutely must have. Because a jellyfish has no brain at all, and yet it manages somehow to see, to balance, to hunt, and to know which way is up. How an animal with no brain can still seem to know exactly what it is doing is where this story turns next. Here is a question worth sitting with for a moment, the way you might sit with a half-remembered dream before it fades completely. If a jellyfish has no brain, how does it know anything at all? It clearly knows something. A jellyfish can sense the difference between light and dark, drifting toward dimmer water during the brightest part of the day and rising back toward the surface as the light fades. Several species can sense which way is up, even in complete darkness, righting themselves if a current happens to flip them upside down. Box jellyfish, one of the more advanced branches of this ancient family, can even detect large shapes nearby and steer around them, an ability that, in any other animal, you would assume required a reasonably sophisticated brain to manage. And yet, in the most literal anatomical sense, there is no brain inside a jellyfish's body, no control centre, no single organ where decisions are made and signals are sent out to the rest of the body, the way your own brain sends commands down your spine to your hands and feet. Instead, a jellyfish runs on something called a nerve net, a loose decentralised web of nerve cells spread evenly through its body, with no single hub directing the others. Picture for a moment a streetlight system in an old town built long before anyone invented a central traffic computer. Each intersection simply has its own light, responding to its own local sensor, with no master switchboard pulling all the strings from one office across town. Cars still get through. Traffic still flows, more or less smoothly, even though no single point in the entire system is actually in charge of the whole. A jellyfish's nervous system works on roughly that same principle. Each section of nerve net responds to what is happening nearby, passing signals from cell to cell in a spreading wave, and the overall result, somehow, is a coordinated, functioning animal, even though nothing inside it is technically running the show. This is how a jellyfish manages its signature pulse, that slow, rhythmic, open and close of the bell that has carried it through the water for 500 million years. There is no brain sending out a command to contract. Instead, certain nerve cells around the rim of the bell act as natural pacemakers, firing on their own steady rhythm, the way a dripping faucet keeps its own rough beat without anyone telling it to. That rhythmic firing spreads outward through the nerve net like a ripple crossing a still pond, reaching the muscle fibres in sequence, and the bell contracts in one smooth, unified motion. Turn a jellyfish's body inside out, metaphorically speaking, and there is no office, no headquarters, no single point you could point to and say, here, this is where the thinking happens. The thinking, if you can even call it that, happens everywhere at once, in small local conversations between neighbouring cells. What is especially worth noticing is that several of these pacemaker clusters can exist around the same bell at once, each one capable of setting its own rhythm independently. Rather than competing for control, the fastest reliable pacemaker among them tends to set the pace for the entire animal, with the others falling quietly into step behind it, the way several clocks placed side by side in an old shop window will sometimes drift into the same rhythm purely through small, repeated nudges against one another, with no single clock ever truly in charge of the rest. That alone might be enough to make a jellyfish unusual. But several species take this decentralized design even further, building small clusters of specialized sensory structures called repalia, spaced evenly around the rim of the bell. These clusters are not a brain, not even close, but they are something more focused than the rest of the nerve net, tiny local sensors handling specific jobs. Inside each repalium, certain species carry a structure called a statocyst, essentially a small chamber containing a dense weighted granule, surrounded by tiny sensory hairs. As the jellyfish drifts, gravity pulls that granule against different hairs depending on which way the animal is tilted, sending a signal that effectively says this side is down. It is a remarkably simple, remarkably effective version of the same inner ear balance system that keeps you upright when you close your eyes and stand on one foot. Built not in a skull, but scattered in small clusters around the rim of a creature with no skull at all. Some species go a step further still. Box jellyfish, in particular, carry small clusters of light-sensitive structures called ocelli within those same repalia, and in certain species these have developed into genuine image-forming eyes, complete with a lens, a retina-like layer, and a small chamber not unlike a tiny camera. A single box jellyfish can carry roughly 24 of these eyes, spaced around its bell in 4 sensory clusters, each cluster facing a slightly different direction. There is no brain behind any of them processing what they see into anything resembling a picture the way your own brain does. And yet box jellyfish use this network of eyes to detect obstacles, avoid certain shapes, and navigate through mangrove roots and coral structures with what looks from the outside remarkably like purpose. Researchers who study these structures, often working from preserved specimens housed in museum collections such as the Smithsonian's invertebrate holdings, still do not fully understand how a system with no central brain manages to combine input from 24 separate eyes into anything coherent enough to steer by. The honest answer, for now, is that nobody knows exactly how the jellyfish does it. It simply does, using a nervous system so different from our own that comparing the two feels almost unfair. The way comparing a river to a network of pipes misses something essential about what a river actually is. Studying a nerve net this thoroughly spread out presents its own particular set of challenges, quite different from studying a brain with a clear boundary you could simply lift out and examine. Marine biology laboratories working with living jellyfish often rely on extremely fine electrodes placed at multiple points along the bell at once, recording the small electrical pulses travelling outward from wherever a stimulus first occurred, watching the signal spread in real time the way you might watch ripples spread outward after dropping a single pebble into still water. What these recordings consistently show is a system with no obvious starting point and no obvious destination, only a continuous, evenly distributed conversation happening between neighbouring cells, each one responding to its immediate surroundings and passing the message onward, with the overall behaviour of the whole animal emerging from thousands of these small local exchanges, rather than from any single command issued from above. What this adds up to is an animal that experiences the world without anything resembling a self, at least not in any sense we would recognise. There is no place inside a jellyfish where you could point and say, this is where it is, this is where the deciding happens. There is only a spread out, evenly distributed awareness, sensation and response happening locally and immediately, all across the body at once, with no need for any of it to be gathered up, summarised and handed off to a central authority before action can be taken. It is worth letting that sit for a while, especially at this hour, since so much of being human involves exactly the opposite experience. We carry a single, persistent sense of being someone, located somewhere specific, behind our own eyes, making decisions one after another in careful sequence. A jellyfish has none of that, and seems to need none of that, drifting through dark water for 500 million years on a kind of awareness so thoroughly spread out it barely resembles a mind at all, and yet works exactly as well as a mind needs to for the very simple life it leads. That simple life, though, still requires one thing every predator eventually needs: a way to catch dinner. And the method the jellyfish settled on, millions of years before teeth, claws, or venomous fangs existed anywhere else in the animal kingdom, remains one of the strangest weapons ever evolved by a living creature. Somewhere along a tentacle trailing softly beneath a drifting jellyfish, there is a structure so small you would need a microscope to see it clearly, and so fast that even with a microscope, you would need a high-speed camera to catch it actually working. It is called a nematocyst, and it is found nowhere else in the entire animal kingdom, except within this one ancient family, the cnidarians. Sea anemones carry them, corals carry them, hydroids carry them in their feathery little branches, and jellyfish carry thousands upon thousands of them, packed along every tentacle, waiting. To understand a nematocyst, picture something like a tiny coiled garden hose, sealed tightly inside a capsule no larger than a single cell, under tremendous internal pressure, like a spring wound as tight as it can possibly go. That capsule sits inside a specialised cell called a cnidocyte, embedded in the jellyfish's skin, with a small hair-like trigger projecting outward, sensitive to both touch and certain chemical signals in the water. When something brushes against that trigger, perhaps a small fish swimming past, perhaps your own ankle wading a little too close, the capsule fires. And it fires fast, genuinely, almost unbelievably fast. The coiled thread inside the capsule shoots outward and unfurls in a matter of microseconds, among the quickest biological reactions ever measured in any living organism, faster than a blink, faster than the time it takes a hummingbird's wing to complete a single beat. At the tip of that thread, depending on the species, there may be a small barb that hooks into flesh, or a thread coated in a venom potent enough to stun or kill prey, many times the jellyfish's own size. Once the thread fires, there is no aiming involved and no second attempt needed because a single tentacle carries enough of these capsules to fire dozens, sometimes hundreds, in the same instant. An entire volley released the moment something brushes too close. What makes this especially remarkable, when you really sit with it, is that none of this requires a single decision from anywhere resembling a brain. The trigger and the response live entirely within that one tiny cell. There is no signal sent up to a central nervous system for approval, no moment where the jellyfish, in any meaningful sense, decides to sting. The cell senses contact and fires, on its own, instantly, the way a mousetrap does not need to think before it snaps shut. Multiply that single reflex by the thousands of stinging cells packed into even a modest length of tentacle, and you have a weapon that requires no aim, no pursuit, and no intelligence whatsoever to be devastatingly effective. This single invention, the nematocyst, may be one of the most important reasons cnidarians have survived for as long as they have. Before this family of animals evolved, nothing in the ocean had any equivalent way to subdue prey or deter a predator without the need for speed, strength, or strategy. A creature with no muscles to speak of, no claws, no jaws strong enough to crush anything, could still capture fish many times its own size and live comfortably off the proceeds, simply by drifting in the right place and waiting for contact. It is worth noting, with a small touch of dry amusement, that an animal with no brain managed to invent a working weapon system roughly 500 million years before humans, with all our brains, got around to inventing the crossbow. different species have refined this same basic tool in wildly different directions. The moon jellyfish you might see drifting gently in a calm harbour carries a sting so mild most people barely notice it brush against bare skin, suited to capturing only the smallest plankton drifting past. Other species carry something considerably more serious. The box jellyfish found in the warm coastal waters of northern Australia and parts of Southeast Asia carries venom potent enough to be medically dangerous to humans, a sting capable of causing severe pain, and, in rare and serious cases, a real medical emergency. Smaller still, but no less notable, the Irukandji jellyfish, barely larger than a fingertip, can deliver a sting causing symptoms severe enough that researchers spent years trying to identify exactly what was happening to swimmers who had never even seen what stung them. Even within a single tentacle, the stinging cells are not all identical, a detail many people never learn even after a lifetime of avoiding jellyfish at the beach. Some nematocysts are built purely to penetrate, firing a sharp, hollow thread that punctures skin or shell and delivers venom directly into the wound. Others are built to entangle rather than pierce, releasing a long, sticky thread that wraps around small bristles or hairs on a potential prey item, holding it in place the way a tangle of fishing line might snag a passing branch. Still others release a coiled, adhesive thread suited for gripping a smooth surface, useful for an entirely different purpose, helping certain species anchor themselves briefly, or move in small, deliberate steps along the seafloor during their earlier life stages. A single patch of tentacle, in other words, often carries an entire small toolkit of different stinging cells, each variation refined over millions of years for a slightly different kind of contact. It would be a mistake, though, to think of the sting purely as a tool of aggression. For the jellyfish itself, the nematocyst is closer to a kind of patience made physical. This is an animal with no real ability to chase anything down. It cannot lunge, it cannot sprint. Its entire strategy for getting a meal depends on holding still, or drifting slowly, trailing a curtain of nearly invisible tentacles through the water, and simply waiting for something edible to wander into range. The sting is what makes that waiting worthwhile, turning passive drifting into an effective hunting strategy, without ever requiring a single burst of speed or a single moment of pursuit. There is something genuinely calming, when you think about it the right way, in an animal whose entire approach to survival is built around stillness rather than effort. While so much of the rest of the animal kingdom evolved towards speed, toward sharper senses, toward faster reflexes and louder displays, the jellyfish quietly perfected the opposite skill, simply waiting, letting the ocean bring opportunity directly to its tentacles rather than spending energy chasing opportunity down. It is not a passive creature in the sense of being helpless. It is patient in the way a well-set trap is patient, fully prepared, asking nothing of itself except to remain exactly where it is. Compare this, for a moment, to the far more familiar image of a predator most of us carry around in our heads, something lean and muscular, crouched low, watching, ready to burst forward in a single explosive movement the instant an opportunity appears. That kind of hunting takes enormous amounts of energy, fuel for muscles that need to be fed constantly whether a hunt succeeds or fails. A jellyfish sidesteps that entire costly arrangement. Its tentacles simply hang in the water, requiring no muscular tension to maintain, no alert posture to hold, no burst of energy reserved and waiting to be spent. The capture itself, when it happens, costs the jellyfish almost nothing beyond what those individual stinging cells had already stored up in advance. It is, in its own unhurried way, predation stripped down to its barest, least expensive form. That patience, though, raises an obvious question, one that becomes more interesting the longer you think about it. If a jellyfish does not actively chase anything, and barely seems to swim at all in the way we usually picture swimming, how does it end up anywhere useful in the first place? How does an animal with no real navigational ambition manage to find food, find mates, and spread itself across nearly every ocean on the planet? The answer turns out to involve something far larger than the jellyfish itself, an enormous invisible system of moving water that the jellyfish has learned quite cleverly to simply let carry it where it needs to go. There is a particular kind of relief in giving up control of something, in letting a larger force carry you along rather than fighting to steer every moment of the journey yourself. A jellyfish, in its own quiet way, has built its entire existence around that exact principle. It would be wrong to say a jellyfish cannot swim at all. It can, in a limited and rather elegant way. The bell-shaped body contracts rhythmically, drawing in water and then pushing it back out in a focused pulse, creating a small ring-shaped vortex behind the animal that shoves it gently forward. The same basic principle behind a jet engine, just built from soft tissue instead of metal and turbines. Researchers studying this motion, intrigued by how little energy it seemed to require, eventually measured something rather surprising. Pound for pound, a jellyfish may be among the most energy-efficient swimmers in the entire ocean, moving farther on less effort than fish, than dolphins, than nearly anything else that propels itself through water. It is a strange kind of compliment to pay an animal so often dismissed as simple. The jellyfish did not skip swimming because it could not figure out how. It built one of the most efficient swimming methods on the planet, and then largely chose not to rely on it. Part of that efficiency comes from a clever trick many casual observers miss entirely: a faint secondary ring of water pulled gently along in the wake of the main contraction, almost like a smaller, helpful echo trailing just behind the first pulse. This secondary ring effectively gives the jellyfish a small extra push for free, without requiring any additional muscular effort at all, simply by taking advantage of the way water naturally continues moving after the initial contraction has already finished. Engineers studying jellyfish propulsion, in hopes of designing more efficient underwater vehicles, have spent considerable effort trying to replicate this same trick mechanically. So far with only partial success, since recreating in metal and rubber something a soft, brainless animal manages effortlessly through nothing more than the natural elasticity of its own jelly-filled body has proven considerably harder than it first sounds. Because that pulse, efficient as it is, only ever provides a gentle nudge. It cannot carry a jellyfish quickly against a strong current, and it was never meant to. The real engine behind a jellyfish's movement across the open ocean is not its own muscle at all, but the ocean itself, moving in patterns that span entire ocean basins and that have existed, in one form or another, for as long as the oceans have had water in them. These patterns are what oceanographers call currents, vast rivers of moving water within the larger ocean, driven by a combination of wind, the rotation of the planet, and differences in temperature and salt content between one stretch of water and another. Some currents move warm water from the tropics toward the poles, others move cold, dense water from the poles back down toward the equator along the ocean floor, part of a slow, planet-spanning circulation system scientists sometimes describe as the ocean's conveyor belt. The United States agency responsible for tracking these movements, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, maintains an extensive network of buoys, satellites and research vessels dedicated to mapping exactly where these currents flow, how fast they move, and how they shift from one season to the next. In several of the world's major ocean basins, these currents loop together into enormous, slowly rotating systems called gyres, circular highways of water spanning thousands of miles, carrying anything caught within them on a long, looping journey that can take months or even years to complete a single full circuit. A jellyfish swept into the edge of one of these gyres might spend an entire season drifting along its outer rim, before currents eventually nudge it toward a coastline, an island chain, or a deeper offshore channel entirely removed from where its journey first began. Seasonal shifts add yet another layer of complexity, as currents that flow strongly in one direction during the warmer months can slow, stall, or even briefly reverse as the seasons turn, occasionally stranding jellyfish in shallow coastal pockets they would never have drifted into during a different time of year. For a jellyfish, These currents are not simply background scenery, they are transportation. An animal that produces only a gentle pulse of its own can still travel hundreds, even thousands of miles, simply by drifting into the right current and letting that current do the heavy work of covering distance. A jellyfish born near a tropical reef might find itself, weeks or months later, drifting along a coastline an entire ocean away, having made the journey almost entirely without effort, the same way a leaf dropped into a stream eventually ends up somewhere far downstream without ever once deciding to go there. This explains in part why jellyfish are found in nearly every ocean on Earth, from the warm, shallow waters of a tropical lagoon to the frigid, nearly lightless depths beneath polar ice. Wherever ocean currents flow, jellyfish have, sooner or later, drifted along with them, settling wherever conditions happen to suit them and continuing onward wherever they do not. There is no grand plan involved, no migration plotted out in advance the way a songbird might plan a flight south for the winter. There is only a steady willingness to be carried, paired with just enough independent motion to adjust depth, avoid the harshest currents, and seek out the layer of water where temperature, light and food happen to be most favourable. It is worth pausing here to notice something almost philosophical buried inside this very practical biological strategy. We tend to admire animals that fight hardest against their environment, the salmon battling upstream against a rushing current, the bird crossing an entire continent against headwinds, sheer effort framed as a kind of virtue. The jellyfish offers a quieter, less celebrated alternative. Rather than fighting the current, it studies it, in its own limited, instinctive way, adjusting just enough to ride the current toward where it needs to be, rather than spending its very limited energy trying to overpower a force as large as an ocean. There is no shame in this. If anything, there is a kind of wisdom in recognizing which battles are worth fighting, and which are far better simply joined. This drifting lifestyle does carry consequences, of course, some of them quite visible from the surface. Because jellyfish rely so heavily on currents for distribution, changes in those currents, sometimes caused by shifting wind patterns, sometimes by changes in water temperature, can suddenly funnel enormous numbers of jellyfish into the same stretch of coastline at once. Fishermen, swimmers, and coastal researchers have documented this phenomenon for centuries, watching calm, jellyfish-free water transform within days into a thick, pulsing crowd stretching as far as the eye can see. What causes some of these gatherings to form, and why they sometimes vanish again almost as quickly as they appeared, turns out to be one of the more actively studied and genuinely puzzling questions in modern marine science. A puzzle this story will return to a little later tonight. For now, though, simply picture the jellyfish exactly as it is in this moment, somewhere out in the open water, neither fighting the current nor entirely surrendering to it, but moving through the ocean the way a sigh moves through a quiet room, present, gentle, and entirely unhurried. That drifting existence, shaped almost entirely by forces larger than itself, eventually leads to one of the strangest parts of the jellyfish's entire story, because the graceful, bell-shaped animal drifting through open water tonight is not even close to how this creature began its life. Before it ever became a jellyfish at all, it lived an entirely different existence, anchored, motionless, and almost unrecognisable as the same species. If you had encountered a jellyfish in the earliest weeks of its life, you would not have recognised it at all, and you might reasonably have assumed you were looking at an entirely different kind of animal. The story usually begins with something almost too small to notice, a tiny oval-shaped larva called a planula, drifting freely through open water after hatching from a fertilised egg. This larva is covered in microscopic, hair-like structures called cilia, which beat in a steady rhythm, propelling the planula gently through the water for a period of hours or days, searching, in its own limited, instinctive way, for a suitable surface to call home. Eventually it finds one, perhaps the underside of a rock, perhaps a stretch of firm sea floor, perhaps the hull of a quietly anchored boat, and settles down, attaching itself permanently to that surface. From this point forward, something remarkable happens. The planula transforms into what is called a polyp, a small stalk-like creature anchored firmly in place, topped with a ring of short tentacles surrounding a single mouth, looking, more than anything else, like a miniature sea anemone. And in a very real sense, that comparison is fitting, since sea anemones and jellyfish polyps share this same basic anatomy, a legacy of their shared ancestry within the Cnidarian family. This polyp does not drift, it does not pulse through open water, it simply stays exactly where it landed, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months, occasionally for years, quietly catching tiny passing particles of food with its tentacles and going about a life that looks, to any casual observer, nothing whatsoever like the jellyfish most of us picture when we hear that word. During this stage, the polyp often reproduces asexually, budding off small genetic copies of itself the way a strawberry plant sends out new runners, gradually building a small colony of identical polyps clustered together on the same patch of seafloor. For an animal with no brain and no apparent ambition, this represents a surprisingly effective strategy for spreading across a local area, multiplying steadily without ever needing to move, find a mate, or take any particular risk at all. Then, eventually, triggered by changes in water temperature, the length of daylight, or other environmental cues that researchers are still working to fully understand, something shifts. The polyp begins a process called strobilation, an unusual term for an unusual transformation, in which the top portion of its body begins to develop a series of horizontal grooves, dividing it into a stack of thin, disc-shaped segments, layered one on top of the other like a stack of plates left slightly askew. Each one of those segments, called an ephyra, eventually detaches from the top of the stack and swims away on its own, leaving the polyp behind, still anchored, often regenerating a fresh segment to replace the one it just released. These tiny ephyrae, barely larger than a grain of rice when they first detach, bear almost no resemblance yet to a mature jellyfish, looking more like small, slightly lopsided snowflakes drifting awkwardly through the water. But over the following weeks, as they feed and grow, they gradually develop the familiar bell shape, the trailing tentacles, and the steady, rhythmic pulse that will carry them onward for the remainder of their life. This mature, free-swimming form is called a medusa, named, rather poetically, for the figure from Greek mythology whose hair was famously made of writhing snakes, a comparison some long ago naturalists clearly found irresistible when first studying a jellyfish's trailing tentacles under a microscope. The growth from a newly released ephyra into a fully formed medusa is, in its own way, just as remarkable as the earlier transformation from polyp to strobila. Those first few lobes ringing the edge of a young ephyra gradually fill in and smooth outward into the familiar rounded bell, while the digestive canals branching through its body lengthen and divide into the more elaborate network a full-grown medusa relies on to spread nutrients evenly through its larger, thicker form. Depending on water temperature and the particular species involved, this entire process, from a barely visible speck released off the top of a polyp to a jellyfish large enough to notice drifting past a pier, can unfold within a matter of weeks. A remarkably fast transformation for an animal that, in its earlier polyp stage, may have already spent a year or more anchored patiently in the very same spot. It is worth pausing to appreciate just how unusual this entire arrangement really is. Within a single life cycle, one creature passes through two almost entirely different body forms, an anchored, plant-like polyp stage and a drifting, bell-shaped medusa stage, each suited to a completely different way of living, each almost unrecognisable as belonging to the same species. Very few animals on Earth change their entire body plan this dramatically over the course of an ordinary life, and fewer still have been doing it for as long as the sea Cnidarians have. Not every Cnidarian follows this exact pattern in quite the same way, which only adds to how flexible this basic two-stage design has proven to be. The true jellyfish, classified by scientists within a group called Cyphozoa, generally follow the sequence described here fairly closely: polyp, strobilation, ephora, medusa. Many hydrozoans, a related but distinct branch of the same family that includes smaller, often colonial creatures, handle the arrangement quite differently, sometimes keeping the polyp stage as the dominant long-lived form and producing only small, short-lived medusae, whose entire purpose is reproduction before they fade away again within days. Box jellyfish, classified separately within their own group called cubozoa, follow a version of the cycle close to the cyphozoan pattern, though their polyps tend to be solitary rather than forming the same kind of budding colonies. Across this entire family, in other words, evolution did not settle on one single rigid version of the two-stage life cycle, but instead kept experimenting with the same basic theme, stretching the balance between anchored stability and drifting mobility in slightly different directions, depending on what each particular species needed most. There is, tucked within this already strange life cycle, one final detail that tends to leave people genuinely stunned the first time they hear it. A small species known as Turritopsis dohrnii, sometimes nicknamed the immortal jellyfish in popular science writing, appears to possess an extraordinary ability almost unheard of anywhere else in the animal kingdom. When this particular jellyfish becomes injured, stressed, or simply old, rather than dying the way every other medusa eventually does, its cells can begin reverting backward, essentially transforming the mature medusa back into an earlier polyp stage, restarting its life cycle from a point it had already passed through years before. Researchers studying this process, including teams working at marine laboratories and universities around the world, have documented this reversal happening repeatedly in laboratory conditions, leading some scientists to suggest that, under the right circumstances, this particular species may have found a way to sidestep the typical limits of biological aging altogether. Nobody is entirely certain how common this reversal is in the wild, since a creature this small and translucent is remarkably difficult to track across open ocean for any meaningful length of time. But the mere existence of the ability, confirmed repeatedly under controlled study, adds yet another layer to an already strange story. Here is an animal that gave up bones, blood and a brain, embraced a body built almost entirely of water, and may have, somewhere along the way, also found a way to occasionally undo its own aging process entirely, simply by reverting to a body plan it had already grown out of once before. All of this, the anchored polyp, the strobilating stack of plates, the drifting medusa, the occasional reversal backward through its own life cycle, raises a final, larger question that brings this entire story full circle. If a jellyfish's body is this simple, this stripped down, this willing to abandon almost every structure other animals consider essential, how has it managed not just to survive, but to thrive, occasionally in such overwhelming numbers that entire coastlines and fishing industries take notice? The answer to that question turns out to be the same answer that has carried the jellyfish steadily through 500 million years of an ocean that has changed almost beyond recognition around it. There are nights along certain coastlines when the water itself seems to change texture, when a calm bay that held nothing but clear empty water the week before suddenly fills almost overnight with thousands upon thousands of pulsing bells packed so closely together that a boat moving through them has to slow down simply to avoid them. Fishermen along the coasts of Japan, Spain and the Gulf of Mexico have described this exact transformation for generations, watching nets come up heavy with jellyfish instead of fish, watching beaches close for days at a time, while lifeguards post warnings nobody really needs to read twice. Scientists call this a jellyfish bloom, and despite how dramatic it looks from the surface, the underlying causes remain only partly understood, even today. Several factors appear to play a role, often working together rather than alone. Warmer water temperatures, increasingly common across many coastal regions, tend to speed up jellyfish reproduction, allowing both the polyp stage and the medusa stage to complete their life cycles more quickly than they would in cooler conditions. Nutrient runoff from farms and cities, washing fertilizer and waste into coastal waters, can fuel blooms of the microscopic plankton that jellyfish, both as polyps and as medusae, feed on directly. Overfishing of certain larger fish species, many of which compete with jellyfish for the same food, or occasionally eat jellyfish themselves, can quietly remove the natural checks that might otherwise keep jellyfish numbers in balance. And ocean currents, the very same currents that carry jellyfish gently from place to place, can sometimes concentrate enormous numbers of them into a single bay, or stretch of coastline simply through the physics of where moving water happens to converge. One particularly striking example occurs most years in the waters surrounding Japan, where a giant species known as Nomura's jellyfish, with a bell that can grow wider than a beach umbrella and a body weighing well over 200 pounds, sometimes appears in such overwhelming numbers that fishing crews find their nets torn apart under the sheer collected weight of thousands of individuals hauled up at once. Coastal communities there have studied this particular bloom pattern for decades, watching certain years bring almost none of these giant jellyfish at all, while other years bring what local fishermen sometimes describe with a certain weary humour as an entire ocean's worth arriving all at once, seemingly overnight. Researchers affiliated with agencies including the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have spent years tracking these bloom events, building long-term records of where and when they occur, in hopes of eventually predicting them with enough advance warning to protect both swimmers and local fishing economies. Even with decades of careful observation though, jellyfish blooms remain stubbornly difficult to forecast with real precision, partly because so many separate factors have to align at once, and partly because the jellyfish life cycle itself, with its hidden, anchored polyp stage tucked quietly out of sight on the seafloor, makes it remarkably hard to know exactly how large a bloom might be building until it has already arrived. What these blooms reveal, beyond their practical consequences for swimmers and fishermen, is something genuinely impressive about the underlying biology making them possible. An animal capable of producing such enormous rapid population surges seemingly out of nowhere is an animal whose entire reproductive and developmental system is built for speed and efficiency rather than caution. A jellyfish does not need years to reach maturity. It does not need to raise its young, protect them, or invest heavily in any single offspring. It produces enormous numbers of eggs, relies on its sessile polyp stage to multiply steadily and quietly, while conditions remain favourable, and is built, at every stage, to seize an opportunity the moment the opportunity appears. Where a slower, more complex animal might miss a brief window of ideal conditions entirely, the jellyfish, true to its nature, simply drifts forward and takes full advantage almost immediately. This same underlying flexibility, the same willingness to do more with less, may also explain one of the most remarkable facts in this entire story, a fact worth sitting with carefully before this night draws to its own quiet close. Across 500 million years, the planet has endured several mass extinction events, severe enough to wipe out a significant majority of all species alive at the time. The most devastating of these, an event scientists often refer to as the Great Dying, occurred roughly 250 million years ago, at the boundary between the Permian and Triassic periods, eliminating somewhere around 90% of all marine species in a relatively short span of geological time. Later, roughly 66 million years ago, a massive asteroid impact brought an abrupt and violent end to the age of dinosaurs, reshaping life across the entire planet within what was, by geological standards, almost no time at all. The years immediately following an event like that asteroid impact would have been almost unrecognisable as the same ocean that came before it. Sunlight dimmed for months beneath a thick haze of dust and ash thrown into the atmosphere. Surface temperatures swung wildly. The microscopic plankton that much of ocean life depended on for food collapsed across huge stretches of water, taking entire food chains down with them in a matter of seasons rather than centuries. Larger, more specialised marine predators, dependent on a steady, predictable supply of prey, often had nowhere left to turn and vanished along with everything they depended on. A jellyfish, needing comparatively little, able to feed on whatever scraps of plankton remained, able to weather temperature swings that would have been fatal to more delicate species, simply kept pulsing through water that had, in every practical sense, become an entirely different ocean almost overnight. Through both of those catastrophic events, and several others besides, Cnidarians as a group, including the ancestors of today's jellyfish, persisted. They did not emerge entirely unscathed, since extinction events of that scale touched nearly everything alive at the time to some degree. But the fundamental Cnidarian body plan, the simple bell, the nerve net, the stinging cells, the two-stage life cycle, carried through each crisis largely intact, ready to expand again, once conditions stabilised. Paleontologists studying fossil records from these extinction boundaries, including specimens examined through institutions such as the Smithsonian's Natural History Research Programs, have repeatedly noted this same pattern. The animals most likely to vanish during a mass extinction tend to be the ones with the most specific requirements: narrow diets, particular temperature ranges, complex reproductive needs, fragile dependencies on other species that might themselves disappear. The animals most likely to persist tend to be the generalists, the ones that need comparatively little, that can tolerate a wide range of conditions, and that can rebuild their numbers quickly once the immediate crisis has passed. A jellyfish, almost by definition, checks every one of those boxes. It needs no specific prey, since most species will eat almost anything small enough to capture. It tolerates an enormous range of temperatures and depths, found from tropical lagoons to icy polar water. It reproduces both sexually and asexually, hedging its strategy across two entirely different methods, rather than depending on just one. And its body, built almost entirely of water and requiring almost no specialised resources to construct, costs comparatively little to grow, even in an ocean disrupted by sudden chemical or temperature shifts severe enough to devastate more demanding species. None of this means a jellyfish is somehow superior to a dolphin, an octopus, or any of the more elaborate creatures sharing the same ocean. Complexity has its own undeniable advantages, allowing for problem-solving, tool use, and the kind of flexible, learned behaviour a nerve net could never manage on its own. But complexity also comes with cost, and cost, when conditions turn harsh enough, can become a liability rather than an advantage. A brain needs to be fed constantly, even when food is scarce. A skeleton needs minerals that may not always be available. A heart needs steady conditions to keep beating reliably. Strip all of that away, the way the jellyfish did 500 million years ago, and you're left with an animal that asks remarkably little of the world around it, and can therefore keep asking, generation after generation, long after more demanding neighbours have struggled and faded. There is a particular kind of wisdom tucked inside that fact, even if wisdom feels like too grand a word for an animal with no brain to be wise with. Evolution, despite how we often talk about it, does not actually favour complexity for its own sake. It favours whatever survives and successfully reproduces, regardless of how simple or elaborate that solution happens to look from the outside. Sometimes that means growing a more sophisticated brain, sharper eyes, or a stronger set of jaws. And sometimes, just as validly, it means doing the opposite, stripping a body down to its barest essential parts, and trusting that essential parts used well can outlast almost anything built more elaborately around them. It is worth resisting the urge to read this as some grand life lesson dressed up in biology. The kind of tidy morale a story like this can sometimes be tempted to reach for. The jellyfish is not simple on purpose, in any sense that involves intentional choice. It did not weigh its options 500 million years ago and decide, wisely, to travel light. It simply happened, generation after generation, that the individuals needing less tended to survive whatever the ocean happened to throw at them next, and those survivors passed that same lean, unburdened design onto their own offspring. Across enough time, that simple repeated outcome accumulated into the animal, drifting through dark water tonight, an animal that never had to be wise, only fortunate enough, again and again, to need so very little from a world that does not always provide very much. You might think by now of that same shoreline you imagined at the very beginning of tonight's story. The tide pulled back, the pools left glassy and still in the fading light. Somewhere out past those pools, in the dark water beyond where you can see, jellyfish are still drifting tonight exactly as they have drifted for 500 million years, before the first dinosaur, before the first tree, before anything resembling a human mind existed anywhere on this planet to wonder about any of it. They are not waiting for anything in particular. They are not striving toward anything more elaborate than what they already are. They are simply pulsing, gently, opening and closing, letting the current carry them wherever the current happens to be going, content with a life built almost entirely of water, patience, and time. There is something worth borrowing from that, even for a mind as complicated as yours, lying here now in the dark, carrying a brain built from billions of intricate, busy connections, a heart keeping its own steady rhythm somewhere beneath your ribs. You do not need to solve anything more tonight. You do not need to chase a single other thought towards some tidy conclusion. You can simply drift for a while, the way that small, ancient, brainless animal has been drifting since long before there was anyone here at all to notice how peaceful it looked. Let your breathing slow into something closer to a pulse than a rhythm, soft and unhurried, in and out, the way a bell opens and closes in calm water. Let your thoughts loosen their grip on wherever they have been trying to go all day, and let them drift instead, gently, in no particular direction, answering to no current but the slow pull of sleep itself. There is nothing left to figure out tonight. There is only the dark water and the quiet, patient pulse of something ancient still moving softly through it. Rest now, my tired drifters. If tonight's slow swim through 500 million years of ocean carried you somewhere close to sleep, consider leaving this channel a quiet word on your way out and settle in for whatever gentle jellyfish-paced rest the rest of this night has waiting for you. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil, both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called, men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon Prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited, a Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from a love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies, and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travelers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable. The ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism, it was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, Modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches, it's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them, but they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper, and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organized into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their general's tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involves strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment. Wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. Broken bones that needed setting and time to heal, and illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments, but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. The handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour. Increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the costs would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who cross them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed, the story has been told, and tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder.